All right, today we got in the building Hot Rod, former G Unit artist, and Arizona's very own. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. We making it happen.
Yeah, man. I got crazy flights, man. Getting canceled, thunderstorms, crazy stuff. But I finally
Yeah.
made it, man. Arizona, it's hot as hell
Hey,
out here.
man, I'm excited, man. This gonna be a dope one. It's gonna
Yeah,
be a good one.
for
Yeah.
sure, man.
Yeah.
So you were raised. Let's go through your life story. You were raised in Arizona, but
No,
you were born in Sacramento, right?
no. I was born and raised in
Okay.
Sacramento. Yeah. So I came to Arizona in '02. So
What year? Like, what age were you?
shit, '02. So I was 21.
Oh, so yeah, you were, yeah,
Yeah. I was
100%,
I
yeah.
was grown. Yeah. So
Oh,
I
okay.
see that was the whole thing. Like it was everyone it was confusing, like everybody thought I was from Arizona because I got signed in Arizona, but I was just living out here, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was a whole thing, but I was born and raised in Sacramento.
Okay, Sacramento. Nice. How was it growing up there?
It was cool, man. It was cool, I grew up in the hood, you know what I'm saying? And we moved around a lot, but it was cool, man. Like it wasn't nothing crazy, like I wasn't like killing niggas or anything like that, but it was just had a cool little childhood. Didn't get in too much trouble. Got in some trouble, but nothing like, not like, Chirac type Chief Keef trouble. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it was just like, just a cool little childhood. And yeah, Sac was cool though. That
Dope.
Cali life.
Dope. Your dad was music director.
Yeah, he was in the church. He did music. He's like the sound engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind the music, wanted to be a producer. That's what kind of influenced you a little bit as well. I know he was in and out of your life sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, and then your mom, was working at the post office.
Yeah.
So shout out to her. That's I know post office job, man. What is that First Amendment auditors that be coming in on YouTube and stuff? They be doing crazy stuff in
Yeah,
postal
yeah.
workers. I'm like,
And rest in peace, moms. You know what I'm saying?
rest in peace, yeah, for sure. Um, then you grew up in the hood, but like you said, didn't really get involved in a lot of street stuff, which is, being a former G Unit artist, there's this whole stigma that like you had to be, you know,
Yeah.
a gangster to be G Unit artist, and it's like, nah, not everybody was that, in G Unit.
Yeah. And that was like the weird like thing, that you had to kind of battle with. 'Cause, when they say, 50 signed a new artist, they thinking, because this is coming off of like, especially me being on the West, coming off a game, you know what I'm saying? So and Spider Lope.
Oh
So
yeah.
everyone getting signed is like, Spider Lope was a Crip, you know what I'm saying? East Coast Crip, or what it was called. And so they're like, oh shit, we got another gangster coming in, but I wasn't coming in like that, you know what I'm saying? So I think that was like a little bit of a little disconnect there, because people assumed that. So then when they weren't getting that, it was kind of like weird. We didn't really execute on the marketing side of it to make it clear, like, no, this man is not a hood nigga. You know what I'm saying? He's actually a cool, going and transitioning, like we were talking about earlier with the music was transitioning to another period. I was supposed to be with that wave. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
That's dope. So, how did you get into music? I know obviously a little bit with your dad influence, but what was the kind of the process? What age do you feel like you started? 8, 9, 10?
Shit, man. I think like I'm seventh grade. It was like seventh, and
10, 11,
I
12.
remember we was, yeah, I think it was at 13, something like that. And I remember, yeah, we was, me and my boys, Treasy, and Marcus. We were, we all met in seventh grade. You know what I'm saying? And I remember we was walking home one day, and obviously we were already listening to rap and all that, at that point. And then I forget, I don't know if Treasy said it. Let's just say Treasy said it. He was like, "Yo, we should freestyle." You know what I'm saying? And that was like the first time we. And it was super, like, it was weird because we never did it before, so it was like super nerve wracking. But we were just walking home and we just started rapping. You know what I'm saying? And that's when we just, you know that's kind of how I really got into it. At that point, because then it became like a kind of like a daily thing. We making beats on the table and walking home rapping. And like the influences were, main influence at that time was like E40. You know what I'm saying? RBL, Um, obviously, you got Biggie, you got Pop, the main motherfuckers, and Brother Lynch. You heard of Brother Lynch?
No.
Brother Lynch, he from South. I'm gonna put you on the Lynch, but he was from Sac. He was like a fucking local like legend. You know what I'm saying? Cult following, and but yeah, we have my little influences and whatnot. So that's where it like kind of birthed though, like seventh grade, and then obviously it evolved, from there. When we moved out, we got some studio equipment, and we were all rapping. I was the producer, they was rapping, and then I was having people come over to rap over my beats, right? Because again, the production was my first love, like making the music. Because at that time it was like Swiss Beats, you know what I'm saying, and Pharrell. You had Star Trek, all them, Neptunes and them. So those were like my influences, Timberland. But like the cats was rapping over my beats, and like they was all garbage, and I'm like, man, these motherfuckers is garbage. Like, so even though I knew how to rap, but I didn't want to rap. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm making the beats, I knew how you should sound on the beat. So these, cats was coming over, they was paying for my, my beats and studio time and all that in our little ass apartment in Sac on Fulton. And I'm like, man, these motherfuckers is trash. So I was like, man, let me hop on these beats. So I started rapping over my own beats, and then niggas was like, yo, this motherfucker is dope. You know what I'm saying? So I started getting the attention from that. So that's when I like started transitioning into the rap. You see what I'm saying? So again, first love was always production, but then the rap just kind of came organically. You know what I'm saying?
Did the because when I talked to Kid Ink about this, it helped him like being a producer because he's a producer first. He started out.
I didn't know that. Kidding?
Yeah, yeah, and he actually has a bunch of beats he still does for people.
Yeah.
And he said it helped him melodically to do hooks because
Yeah.
you can tell with the sound, being a heavy producer's ear when you start to produce.
Yeah.
So you can hear things differently versus just a pure artist.
Yeah.
So did that ever help you like melodically with music? Did you ever like think
Oh
that?
yeah. Yeah. 100%. That's why like like Kanye's and then like Swiss it was easy for them to make records because when you produce, like I said, you see the music differently. Like you see inside the music. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll hear the melody in the music, and so like naturally you can come up with choruses and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you're like whatever, however the beat's going, you're already coming up with shit in your head. You see what I'm saying? Like if you play the beat right now, I could come up with a hook in like 8 seconds. You know what I'm saying? But but yeah, that plays a huge part, man. A lot of you can tell a person who's a producer, what I'm saying, and how they construct music, and then you could tell someone who's just strictly a rapper. Like they'll hear a beat, but they can't really. They'll just rap. They'll just write a rap, and they'll just like, they'll just rap something over it, and you could tell it was just a verse or lyric just plopped on a beat. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes like the Neptunes, Swiss Beats, Timberland, and them so dope because they can take the artist and they'll direct them and they'll tell them what to do. So a lot of these artists aren't, a lot of these rappers, they're getting either references, what I'm saying, from different producers, or they're actually getting, the engineers or the producers are directing them how to rap over these beats. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause a lot of them don't really know
And
how the shit
there's
works.
nothing wrong with that. I don't
Oh
see
yeah,
what,
yeah,
yeah.
no, it's all, yeah, 100%,
Because it's like now, with Drake and the whole ghostwriting thing, it just turned this whole conversation of like, oh, you can't get no help. If you're an actual rapper, no help in the studio. And I'm like, come
Yeah.
on, man. Music is a collaborative effort with
Oh,
people, man.
100%.
So it's not that big of a deal to get a line or somebody to guide you in a certain way. It's not like they're writing every single verse and bar that you ever spit.
Right.
It's like, come on. As
I
long as the
think,
artist, I think if a rapper at least does the verse,
yeah.
the verses, they're good. If the hook, they can help on the hook, it is what it is. That's a
Well, yeah,
melodic.
the hook, yeah, the hook, that's always been in the game. Cats coming in with the hooks. A lot of rappers can't make hooks. You know what I'm saying? But I think where it gets like with the whole like Drake thing, because that shit killed me, man. The Drake thing, as an artist, because like when he, just all the product he was putting out, I was like, damn, this motherfucker is like, he's like an alien. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause every bar, every verse, like everything was like on point. You know what I'm saying? There was even a time where we were, collaborating. I was sending him music and shit like that. It was cool. But just like through all that, I was just like, man. And then when the reference tracks started coming out, and like full reference tracks and shit. You know, and a lot of them were like the singing tracks. So I was like, okay, I get it, but I was giving them credit for those too. So as an artist, I was like kind of like sad. I was like, oh, I thought he was pinning all this shit. Then as they were all coming out, then figuring out he had like the OVO tents, you know, the little tent, the camp, whatever, the sweatshop.
Yeah.
That's what it was. They had the OVO sweatshop.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, damn, it just made me sad. And I think, and it's cool, right? Because Kanye does it, you know, Dr. Dre, like Puff, you know what I'm saying? Crazy Diddy shit. But it's cool if you embrace it. But if you can't have full reference tracks, multiple, right? And then brag about you being the best. Like you can't say I'm better than Jay-Z or I'm better than these guys who haven't been exposed. I don't know. But you can't be like, oh, I'm top 5, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't
As
know
a
what
rap,
you wrote.
yeah, a rapper, you can't. Yeah,
Rap,
you can't,
rap.
Yeah, you can't.
Now, Drake's ear, impeccable. His beat selection, impeccable. His delivery, impeccable. I'm sure his pen is too.
Here's the thing, though. He's actually written for other people, though, too.
And I heard that too.
Alicia Keys, he has that reference record, Unthinkable. He did Jamie Foxx, Digital Girl.
He did
He did the other Jamie Foxx
Fall for
record.
Your Type.
Yeah, that record as well.
I love that record.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh, his version, I think Drake's version is better, but it is what it is. And then he wrote for Rita Ora. I think he wrote for Beyonce. Like he's written for other artists.
And that was the thing. See, here's the thing. When you try to hide it or conceal it, and then it comes out, now it taints all your work, right? And that's, I mean, for me at least, that's what it did. I was like, what did he write? Did he write anything? You know, was it just a big marketing ploy? You know, was it just like he's so dope at delivering? You know, all right, let's give him all the work. He delivers it. Okay, cool. Let's get some more work from over here. These fucking ghost guys. Let's give it to Beyonce and put his name on it. So I don't know if he did that,
fair.
but I'm just saying that's what kind of fucked my head up because I was like, what did he write? Again, I'm not going to slander his pen because he's clearly has some type of pen, but because fucking Mob Ties. You hear that fucking one come out?
Oh yeah, that really hurt me because I love that record.
I'm like,
That's my favorite from Drake. That's a top 5
all
record.
the dope joints, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, yo.
But Mob Tie is melodic though. You can hear that, like,
Yeah, it
you
was.
know, it's a more melodic type of record.
Yeah, it is.
It's not like a rappy.
But it came out. But see the timing of it, right? It came out. I think it was around the whole Pusha T era. I don't know if it was after Pusha T dropped Adidon.
Did that leak came out?
No. The Mob Ties, the actual song.
That came, yeah, right after. It was a month after. Yep.
So it was like oh shit. It was kind of like, but to find out you got that record from what's his name? It started with a V.
V Roy, I think his name is, something like that.
Nah, it wasn't V Roy. It was like something with a V.
Vezo, probably Vezo, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm
I'm usually good at shit like that, but to find out, and he sounded amazing too. That shit, that shit was dope.
His version is dope as fuck too, man.
Man, like that shit was amazing. But yeah, to find out that was a whole record, it was like
That's my top 5 Drake record, I think, out of.
it might be top five for me too.
Yeah, because it just, he went to LeBron the shop, and was talking about, man, I put all my energy into. I'm like, you got a reference though. It's like, so how much energy did you put into it?
Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
It was very disappointing,
Yeah. Did you work with Drake? You said you kind of hinted at that. So.
No, I didn't work with. So what happened was
Vori is his name. The guy did the mafia.
Vori.
Yeah.
Vori.
So I was thinking like V Roy Vori.
Yeah. Shout out to Vori, man.
Yeah,
that yo, he's dope as hell. So the whole Drake, there's this fucking story behind all this, man. So going back to when I was doing the beats, right, and I started rapping over them. So it started getting too taxing on my brain as far as making the beats, mixing them, rapping, writing the rap, doing all that shit, right? It was taxing my brain. So I went online. Remember SoundClick?
Yep.
So like SoundClick, I went on there. I started like taking beats from people, right, and rapping over them. So I wanted to find a camp of producers that had the sound that I liked, and then just focus on the rap, aspect of it instead of producing. So that's when I built my whole little production team. So it was like dude named Con Artist, Labox, um, Mrail. He did like Rock to It and all that. Um, and there's I forget Pat Pryor. There was like a bunch of cats, like young cats. You know what I'm saying? I found them on SoundClick. So what I would do is take their beats and I'll rap over them because I knew I was hella raw, right? So I rap over and make these dope ass records, and I would send them back to them. So they was like, oh shit, I got this dope ass rapper. So they would just all start sending me beats to rap over them. They can shop some music. I was getting music on the radio. It was just whatever, just like a good little collaborative effort between the artists and producers, just so I didn't have to produce. So I'm I create this whole team of producers, and that's how I ended up creating that demo to end up getting signed, right? So that's the whole come around thing, right? So I don't know if we're gonna go in chronological order, but to
Yeah, I do chronological always.
so but if we fast forward, I think it was might have been like 2008 or 9 or something. I forget what it was, but it was Chris Lighty's birthday party, and it was in New York. It was at I forget the name of the club. So everybody's there, right? So we in there kicking it, you know what I'm saying? I look over and I see Drake sitting at a table. So just that he's at a table. I'm like, oh shit! And this is Drake. I think he had put out the first album. The first album had Fancy on it, right?
Yeah, that's Thank Me Later. That was in 2010. Let me put that out.
So that was 2010. So
Yeah, So
this
Far Gone was 2009.
yeah, So Far Gone was a mixtape.
Yeah.
Well, that got re-released in 09. I think that was even before that, right?
Yeah, So Far Gone was early 2009.
And then
The re-release is like October 2009, like September.
okay, so that's when they re-released it
Yeah.
officially.
Hmm.
And then so Thank Me Later was 2010. So this had to be 2010.
Yeah, Thank Me Later came out June 15th, 2010.
Okay, 2010 had to be 2010, 2011, something like that, right? So we in there, and I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, yo. So my boys I was with, Cal and Chris. These like my Greek boys out in New York. So we in there chilling. I'm like, they're like, yo, we got to, you got to go say what's up to Drake. You know what I'm saying? You got to link up with him. So I'm like, I don't know if he know me or not, whatever. So I'm like, cool. So we go over there to the table, and we chilling. And I'm like, all right. So I sit down. I'm like, I tap him on the shoulder. I'm like, hey, what's up, man? I was like, yeah. I'm Hot Rod. He was like, man, I know who you are, bro. I know who you are. What's up, man? Come up here. Come up here. I'm like, yeah, what's up, man? He was like, yo, I used to listen to your mixtapes back in the day, right? Cause I was doing mixtapes with those producers. So check what this nigga said, right? He was like, yo, you fucked with Con Artist, Labbox. They were producing for him too. You gotta think, but this is old. It's like 02, 01, 02 ish, 03.
Damn, he was really young back then
So
too.
this is back. So this is pre Hot Rod, pre Drake, right? So it was a whole fucking moment. So I was like, I remember, cause I hit him. I was like, those motherfuckers were telling me. They was like, yo, we got this cat from Canada. He's on TV. He got bread. We're doing some joints for him. And because I was asking for certain beats, it was like, nah, we give them to this guy. I didn't know that was Drake until we talked about it. He was like, yo, they used to send me your music. He was like, yeah, me and Boy Wonder used to sit in the fucking driveway and listen to your shit all day. I was like, I'm sitting there in this club going, wait a minute. What? I thought he was fucking with me, but obviously he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah. So we basically was chopping up that whole time about the old days, putting pieces together. He was like, yeah, I fuck with you. Like you inspired me and da da da. I'm like, yo, you gassing me right now? Like, shut the fuck up. But anyway, so from that point, we exchanged numbers, whatever. And then I was already cool. I was cool with Boy Wonder. And then, so he was sending me beats. So we never officially did shit, but we were just in communication. You know what I'm saying?
That is dope. That came full circle, man.
Yeah, yo, I'm telling you that it was like a movie. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, He was like, yo, to your shit in the drop. I'm like, yo, but that shit was fucking crazy, man. It was.
And Drake, man, shout out to him, man. He's really tapped in. He's been tapped into like anything hip hop. Like he was always like people, say about the writing stuff, and he's not passionate about hip hop. I'm like, nah, man. He knows every artist from doesn't matter who it is on every label. He'll like easy. You ask him questions, you'll be like surprised that he knows this. Like I've seen interviews where he'll mention artists I have no idea, and it's my job to be knowing these artists. I'm like, who the hell is this? I go check them out, and I'm like, damn, it's somebody with only like 10,000 followers, but he knows he's tapped in with that person because he's buzzing in that area, and he's making sure that he watches what that is. And so,
I
yeah,
felt like that, and that was like his sauce. You know what I mean? Like that was like his blueprint. It was, and you really didn't catch on till it happened so many times. Like because like I said with the Migos, with it was what Migos with what's the name, Black Boy JB, I Love McConan. There's like a big story behind that, but it was like yeah, they're tapped in, and then, and then he's so big, he could hop on the record. A record that's already bubbling in that area, knowing all it needs was the exposure. He hop on the record, kind of use their style, but with his twist to it, blow it up. You know what I'm saying? And I think I saw the story was he would hop on the record, like they wouldn't even ask him. He would just hop on the record, and then he would like try to sign them, or he would like, if you want me to clear this, you would have to. It was like a whole business thing. It was like genius.
no, he knows.
It kept them fresh. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah.
like it was fucking genius.
Yeah, it's genius, man, and that's some of the tactics that Jay Z uses as well. Very genius on that. They get close to what's hot at that moment to make sure that if they want to put out music, they stay to what's like Rihanna. He stayed next to her, knowing that she was blowing up, and then that gave him a number one with Umbrella, and the Kanye as well. So he just was always, even Beyonce early on, and knew like who's the person that's gonna blow up, and you know. Speaking of sauce, when you said that, Drake's, and this is people don't even think about this, right? I think the reason why Drake has been so consistently dope for a long time, he's never changed his team. He's had 40 with him. Everybody that's musically with him has been with him from the jump. And this is where I think other artists lose their momentum or their sauce because they separate from what they started with. Like look at Chief Keef with Young Chop, peanut butter and jelly. That works. You leave
Perfect.
yeah, that you leave, the sound just started to become something different. People weren't really rocking with it that much. I think, and this is people don't think, this is just my opinion. 50 and Sha Money. I
Yeah.
think,
Oh, 100%.
I think when that split, it was like to me, it didn't feel like that was 50 again. It was like a whole different, because Sha was the one that was finding the CDs, that was giving him the sound that like was 50s sound that we knew to love. And once that split, the music just didn't feel like it felt like then. And Eminem and Dr. Dre, they're the ones that stay together. And look at Eminem, still consistent, still delivering. So with Drake, with Eminem, who else that like has been staying together forever?
Who stayed?
Those two though, that's the perfect example. They're the biggest in the game. It's like
Cause shit, even fucking Pharrell and Chad broke up
yes,
recently.
it's like
But up to that point, yeah, they had
Yeah.
their.
and that's
you know?
the sauce, man. I think that's the secret sauce is staying with somebody that like knows your sound, knows you in and out. Because if you start just and I get it, it's to try something new, right? And it's fine. You can one album, it's okay. But like once you just completely go there, it's the sound just ain't there, the formula ain't there. People forget that, and that's why Drake's had the I think.
Oh, 100%. You got those. It's so organic. Like you feel comfortable. Cause I always said like your engineer is like the most important
He's your therapist.
person. 100%. Like he knows you guys grow the sound together. You know what I'm saying? Like he knows what to do. Like and you're comfortable with him. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're using new engineers every time, you're gonna get the chemistry's not there. You know what I'm saying? So they grew that sound together. And here's the thing, because I always looked up to them for that too, for having their circle. Their team has been so cohesive, and that means like they're handling their shit behind the scenes, right? And no one's ego is getting in the way, to like, because usually that's what happens. Right?
Yeah.
The motherfucker gets hella big, you know what I'm saying? And then they say, oh nigga, you know what I'm saying? They're fucking the baddest bitches. They have all the money in the world. every car. They're doing, everybody's fucking saying yes to them. So now your head gets so big. So now when your engineer's trying to tell you something, now you looking at them like, man, you get the fuck, now you stop listening. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that they stayed together for so long, it showed there's a good management of egos within that whole team. You know what I'm saying?
And that's hard, man. It's hard to do.
That's hard as hell. And that's why this whole, and we'll probably get to that later, but they really started breaking down with this whole Kendrick thing. Like that's a lot of missteps have been happening, and it was surprising. Yeah. Because you're not used to them making these weird moves. You're like did his team break? Like, how are they not making good decisions now? Yeah. Like, is everyone rattled, or I don't know? But that
yeah, we'll talk about that.
That's something else.
But yeah, that's interesting.
It was just so fucking crazy. But yeah, their team is super strong,
yeah,
super dope.
That's what keeps the formula. That's what I believe, at least. That keeps the formula going. So.
Yeah, 100%.
So you start rapping. Everybody loves your sound. Basically, Arizona's getting behind you. What were you doing in between that? Because obviously you had to work, you have to figure out music. The balance of that at that time is tough too, for a lot of people.
So to kind of get, to kind of like piece everything together, mentality wise. So really, in SAC, so this was, these years are probably going to be all over the place, but I'll give you the essence. You know what I'm saying? So probably I think something like 2000, something in that area. So I was working for Verizon. So this is still SAC, okay? So I'm making music, working for Verizon, right? Call center, customer service. I got hella customer service. You know what I'm saying? So the center was new, right? So it was like a kind of a skeleton crew, and a lot of the systems weren't really in place, right? So me being a little young nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm in charge, so I get promoted hella quick. So now I'm like, kind of like, not a supervisor status, but just like kind of a upper status on the phone. So people would send, problem calls to me, or if I had to ship a phone out, or figure some shit out, I was in that. So I had this bright idea because I'm shipping phones out to people, and there's no system. So I'm like, oh, hold up. So I hit my boy. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna ship a phone out to you. You know what I'm saying? Just tell me when you get it. So I shipped the phone to him, overnighted that motherfucker. So it came the next day. He hit me. He was like, yo, I got it. I'm like, all right, cool. So then I just chilled out for a little bit to see, because I'm shipping 10 phones out a day, 10, 15. It's just in the mix of those, you know what I'm saying? Couple weeks passed. Nobody say nothing. So I'm like, man. So I ship another one out to somebody else. Same thing. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go hard. So I don't know if you see I got the hookup, you know what I'm saying, yeah. Master P. So I got the hookup, you know what I'm saying? So like my salary was like $65K.
Uh-huh. That's good as fuck back
great.
Then. That's like, in today's times, like 120, 130,000.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It was. I'm young. I had my little sip. I had a little rice rocket. You know what I'm saying? A little white thing with the little shady.
With those like flames on or no?
Yo, I didn't have no flames, but
I
had the little shady muffler that sounded hella loud with the rims and all that. Cause that was Fast and Furious days.
Yeah, that was exactly.
And SAC got all the Asians and all that. So
exactly.
we like the Asian hoes. You know what I'm saying? So, but I had that going. I started putting phones on eBay. So mind you, these are like I'm reckless. This is like I want to say like $600, $600, $700, $800 phones, right? I'm like, shit, I'm getting them for free, so I'm selling them for $200, right? So I'm selling them to locally, and then I'm on eBay, getting a base on eBay, right? Selling them there. So I get linked up with a couple resellers on the East Coast, right? So I stopped that. They're ordering like 20, 30 phones from me a week, maybe a little more, right? So I'm making all this bread, right?
That's crazy. And you're getting 60-something thousand.
65. Still doing my little customer service, you know what I'm saying? Hey,
crazy.
you know what I'm saying? What you need. And anyways, so I had the Civic, So I'm pulling up whatever. Now, mind you, that the Civic was just the regular money I had, and I had all the other money, whatever there, right? So I found out later, actually. So I come into work, chilling. Obviously, I'm doing this shit for probably like had to be maybe like 4 months, maybe, and I'm stacking, right? Super, super stacking,
Do
right?
you know like what the amount that you thought you accumulated just in that time
Oh,
frame?
definitely in the high six figures,
Damn.
100%. And I mean retail. I mean me, I was not in the high six figure. I was probably like in the low, maybe low to mid, but retail was like high.
And this
With
is
the
like
phones.
what, 18, 19, 20?
Yeah, I was. This was like 2000, so I had to be 19.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
like 19.
insane money at 19.
Wildin', right? So, yo, so there's this thing. So all my boys have phones, right? So here's one little side story. All my boys have phones. We was all at the house. We was chilling. All the phones started ringing randomly, right? So this one I kind of knew was I was fucked. You know what I'm saying? They was like, yo, because they would answer them and no one would be there. So I'm like, oh, they're probably calling the phones, right? Probably about a week or two after that, I'm in the office, get the little,
Oh
they hit
shit.
the little hold, they put the call on hold, and like, hey, after this call, you know what I'm saying, come over
Oh
here.
man.
I'm like, oh shit, it's fine. And being young is stupid. It's like you don't, until it happens, you don't think it's gonna happen. So it was 12. They take me over to the corner, you know what I'm saying? They had this big ass stack.
Oh my heart would have sank, bro.
Man, I'm like, yo. And I'm not a career criminal, so I don't even know, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, fuck, I don't know what to do. So, a career criminal knows shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? Because at that time, there's no YouTube, so you're not watching interrogation videos and shit. So I done had no game plan. So, they buttered me up and shit. I was like, hey, man, we got this big ass file on you. You know what I'm saying? You selling all these phones, you know what I'm saying? So they installed a Big Brother system on so basically
Oh
one of my managers they was like, yo, this dude got a nice car. He coming in here with clothes, da da. We think he's doing something shady. So they put the Big Brother on me. So they was like seeing all my shit, whatever. So they had all the screenshots. So he was like, yeah, man, you got any felonies or any? I was like, nah, I'm clean, man. I'm clean. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? He was like, look, and investigators can lie to you. You know what I'm saying? He's like, look, you probably gonna get no time. You know what I'm saying? Look, just tell me what happened. Boom, boom, boom. You be good, man. You're young. You got no record. You ain't gonna get no jail time. You straight. Just let me know what's up. I'm like, for real? Yeah, my dumb ass, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. Told him everything. I'm a
Oh
fucking
man.
asshole.
That's how they get you.
That's how they got me. See, now if I decide to be a fucking criminal,
Yeah.
I'm
You
like,
know exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
like, I ain't saying shit. So, signed a little stupid ass paper, man. Took me in and ended up getting 8 months. So I got 8 months, right? Yeah, 8 months, and I forget what it was. It was like some type of center, but it was experience, It was we had casino night in the jail and shit. They take like paper, turn them into dice and shit. We shooting for jalapeno chips and shit, like honey buns. Anyway, that was a whole experience,
Yo,
man.
for honey buns? That's bad.
So at that time, so I'm like, all right, so I got 8 months. The good thing was they only caught about 2 weeks worth of activity, right? So
That is good. Really good. Cause
it was
4
really
months.
good because if they caught more, so I caught a grand theft charge, right? If they caught more, it would have went to I think it was grand larceny or something like that, and I probably would have did prison time. So I didn't have to do prison. I did jail. You know what I'm saying? So I owed restitution. I owed 42,000, right? It was like 41, 42,000. So do my time, get out, still in sack. I'm on probation for 5 years, right? I can't get off probation unless, like, if the 5 years passed and I still owed the restitution, I would still be on probation. Like, if I never paid that back, I would still be on probation, right? My mentality, remember, this is why I'm telling you all this shit. So my mentality at that point was, I'm not gonna work no job. You know what I'm saying? And pay this shit off, like paying 200 a month or something. You know what I mean? I was like, I have to get a record deal. I was like, I have to. So my mind shifted to music, like real shit. Like you have to do this. Like that's your only way out, right? And I forget when that book came out. You remember the book, The Secret? So one of my boys' moms gave us that book, and she was talking about that shit, and so we learned about the law of attraction, right? See, it's crazy. So I'm in SAC, end up moving to Vegas for a year. Wasn't supposed to leave SAC, by the way, but moved to Vegas with my boys. So my boys moved out there, but I was like, man, fuck it. So I moved to Vegas. Took my calls with my probation officer, whatever. He never had me come in, so it was cool, right? So we did Vegas for a year. Then from Vegas, we came here, right? So at this time, this the '02, '03. It was like when real estate was good out here, right? So mind you, man, I'm still making music, recording. I'm putting out little mixtapes, the tapes that like Drake was talking about he was listening to, and I'm putting music up on SoundClick and here and there, just just networking and shit. I'm like, yo, this law of attraction shit. This is what I started doing. Every night, about 2, 3 in the morning, I would take walks, right? Just take walks. It's dead silent, right? And I would start envisioning me performing, in front of big crowds, on MTV. I'm doing interviews. So like I'm walking, I'm like, yeah, man, yeah, I'm popping, man, I'm at the time my name was Young Rod. I'm like, yeah, I'm Young Rod, man. And yeah, man, it's cool, man. I love being in the rap game. And like I'm giving full interviews, walking around the neighborhood for hours, maybe like 2, 3 hours. Then I would come home and I would fall asleep, right? So I don't know if you know any about all that shit, like quantum realm and all that, right? They say the last 5 minutes before you go to sleep is important, and the first 5 minutes when you wake up, right? Because that's what sets your shit in motion, right? So if you go to sleep watching fucking murder documentaries and listening to King Von music, your brain is getting tainted, and then you sleep and it's marinating on that bad energy and shit like that. So I would go to sleep after doing an MTV interview, after performing and shit, right? So I was doing that shit for probably about 2 years, something like that. Just like, obviously not every single night, but a lot of nights during the week. So we're in Arizona now. There's this website called 602streets.com. So 602 is the area code for Phoenix. So this was a local site where artists, promoters, shit like that. So I hop on the site, cool, meeting people, meeting some club owners, trying to figure out. So it's just, getting acclimated in Arizona. You know what I'm
And
saying?
much credit to you because that's early on, man. That's like
Yeah.
people weren't on forums like that back then. Now it's like a regular, normal thing that you're mentioning.
Yeah.
But back then, like, and we'll get into that later. How I saw you on the YouTube pages, kind of
Oh
like you were,
yeah,
and even
yeah.
on the forums on This Is 50 and whatever. Like I would always see you around. Like now, you were the only artist that I could communicate with.
Yeah.
Like everybody else was like it was too. Yeah, you can go on my MySpace, talk to me. And it's like, no, you can't talk to. Come on, man. So it was
Yeah.
only you, yeah. So shout out to
And
you
that's
earlier.
that's what played a lot into how I was able to move around and and get shit done. You know what I'm saying? Because I was never like Hollywood. I was never like, oh try to act like I'm bigger and better than everybody. I was like, hey, we all cool. Like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? And so I always had that mentality. So I had the forum mentality. That never left me. You know what I'm saying? Talking to people in there, posting threads, meeting people, whatever.
Yeah, Kali, Box, and all these other,
All that shit.
yeah,
All hip hop,
all these platforms.
all them joints, right? So I was always, that person, and that played a role into how I was able to maneuver in the game. So 602streets.com, I go in there one day, and someone posts a thread, and it says, looking for demos for G Unit. So I'm looking. I'm like, okay. Now, mind you, I've been sending CDs out here and there, trying to get, I'm doing my networking thing. And remember, I'm still on probation. I'm not supposed to be out of Sacramento. Just to make things clear, I'm in Arizona. You see what I'm saying? So if I got caught, I would have went to prison because it would have been a violation, and then my time would have ended up going over a year. It was something that they said I would have ended up in prison, but I was taking a risk. So I didn't want to be in SAC. So they go looking for demos for G Unit. I'm like, okay. I hit the dude up. His name is Taurus Scott. Do you remember that name or no? So he was he was an engineer, and he was with Sean Money. So Sean Money had a house out here, so he was kind of back and forth, and I guess they connected somehow.
Yeah, Shaw, he was mentioning having a crib in Arizona.
Yeah.
Later on, yeah. So.
Yep. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I hit the nigga up. I'm like, hey, what's the deal? So I'm thinking, if he's a scammer, he gonna ask for some money or something. So if he asks for money, I'm gonna be like, all right, whatever.
Smart. See, that's, a lot of artists don't even
saying?
realize that, man. And I had artists like message me, man, you think it's real? I'm like, nah, man. If they're asking you for,
Yeah,
right, come on.
But they play on your being an artist. You want to
You want to blow up. You want to get a connection. You want to.
Exactly.
I'm like, nah, man. That's not the way to do it.
Hey, send me 200. I can, So I'm like, hey, he was like, nah, just send me a CD, right? I'm like, all right, cool. So I put a demo together. Now, this is 2005 now. Okay, so this is the beginning of 2005. I want to say maybe June or January, February, March, something like that, right?
So that's 150 Drop Massacre, Game Drop documentary.
Yeah, so all that's already happened. We're all huge 50 Cent fans, so on that demo, I remixed Whip Your Head Boy.
So this would be then Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack, which was.
So what day was that?
That came out in November 2005.
That was November?
Yeah, that came out because right when the movie came out is when the soundtrack came.
Okay, so that's November. So
unless I Whip Your Head Boy got pushed as a single earlier on.
Yeah, because I had that beat.
Yeah, so it probably got pushed as a single earlier.
It was that was November. I don't know. It was something. So whatever. It's just to give you the essence, right? So I remember that was on there. So Labox, my other producers, they had sent me some beats. This is what the demo was made of from those producers I was telling you about earlier. Some beats on there. So a lot of music was influenced by 50 sound. So because I sounded, my voice on the record sounded like him too. So it was like this raspy, like it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm influenced by him. So I'm on the records, I'm sounding like him too. You see what I'm saying? So send him a CD. He hits me back. Oh shit, this shit is dope. Hey man, I want to send you some beats, man. If you could rap. So I'm like, oh, he just wanted to send me beats. All right, cool, whatever. I'm rapping over his beats. Cool. At this time, I got into mortgages, right? So I'm in mortgages doing my thing. So obviously this is now towards the end of the year. We get to January 2006, right? End of January. I'm at the mortgage company chilling, making my calls and shit. You know what I'm saying? And this fool hit me. You remember you young? You remember the sidekicks?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had one, yeah.
So I had a sidekick. He hit me on the sidekick. He was like, "Yo, hit me back." So I hit him. Yo, what's up? He's like, "Hey, I need to call you back I got the A&R G Unit. He want to talk to you." I'm like, the A&R. So you know D Prosper? Did you know D Prosper? So I'm like, mind you, I've been taking my walks.
Law of attraction, yeah.
See, it's crazy.
That's insane.
Is fucking crazy. I'm telling you. So I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, I'm gonna call you back. So he called me back. I'm like, yo. So he's like, yeah. He's like, hey man, this is D Prosper. I'm an A&R with G Unit Records. I'm gonna call you back on a conference. You available? I'm like, yeah. He was like, all right, cool. Hang up. Call me back about 49 seconds later. Boop. Hello? He's like, yeah. Hey man, I got 50 on the line. So I know what it feels like. So if you win the lottery, I know what that feels like. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause like your whole, cause I said, what? And 50 was like, yo, Rob, what's up? What's up? And you know, he got that distinct voice. So I'm like, so now my whole, like the room is like spinning. Like, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Right? So I get up. I'm like, so now I'm kind of like hyperventilating. Like, it's like your body doesn't know what's happening. It's kind of like if a fucking lion ran the room right now.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
A lion with a fucking pistol right here. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
You'd be like, oh shit. So I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, oh, what's up? He was like, yeah, what's up, man? Hey man, hey man, I just heard your demo. He was like, yo, what? What'd he say? He's like, yo, you signed anybody? That's what he's like, yo, you signed anybody? I'm like, nah. So now I'm in the lobby of the mortgage office. I'm like, nah. I'm like, and again, I'm trying to like catch, like this is, I'm feeling it right. I'm like actually reliving it right now. And I'm like, yo, nah. He was like, man, I heard your demo, man. Like, yo, this shit is crazy. He was like, he said he hopped on a flight from, it was either LA to New York or New York to LA. So, you know how you said earlier, like Shaw was in charge of getting the CDs, right? So when we find beats, it'd be a spindle of CDs. You remember the little spindle?
Yeah.
He was like, I was going through my CDs and my demo was in the middle of the CDs.
Who placed that there?
I still don't know who did that. It had to be Sean Money or somebody. Because remember, Taurus, the guy is Taurus Scott, the dude that took my demo, he was connected with Sean Money. But I never confirmed who put the shit in his CDs.
Ask
You gotta ask him. He said he was going through the CDs. He put the CD in. He was like, yo, I'm listening to the CD. And he said, I thought it was me. He said, I thought it was some shit that I made. So he said he listened to it the whole flight. And as soon as he landed, that's when he called me. So I'm like, what? He was like, yo. He was like, nigga, he's like, you work? You got a job? I'm like, nigga, I'm at work right now, nigga. Like, what you mean? He was like, yo. He was like, quit. I'm like, I can throw up. Like, literally, I'm like, my stomach is crip walking right now. I'm like, yo,
Yeah,
like,
that is crazy.
my stomach is tripping doing a blue face. And I'm like, all right, cool. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna fly you out here tomorrow. Like, we gotta work. Cause like, he's like, yo, you dope as fuck. Basically, like, we need to figure this out. I'm like, all right, cool. Get off the phone. So Prosper's like, hey, I'm hit you back. Whatever we want. So I hang the phone up. So I walk back to the office and I'm like, did that just happen? Or I'm like, is this a dream? Like, what? And my sidekick go out, boop, boop, boop. And there's a ticket to New York. I'm like, oh shit.
That was fast too.
I said, what? It probably took like, about 9 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm literally sitting there like, yo, what the fuck is happening right now? Is this really happening? What? So now I go back in the office. Mind, this is the mortgage office. I'm clearly not going to work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that where you just want to flick everybody out.
I got to figure this shit out, right? I'm like, wait, So I walk into the little manager office. And I'm like, yo.
I'm getting the fuck up.
Mind you got to tell somebody this story. I'm like, 50 cents, this is 2005, motherfucker. Like, this the biggest dude on the planet. I'm like, yo, I don't know if you're going to believe me or not. I said, but I never told you, but I make music and shit. You know what I'm saying? I said, you know what 50 Cent is? He was like, yeah. I'm like, he literally just called me right now and he's flying me to New York tomorrow. And yeah, so I think I'm all set.
Yeah,
right?
That is crazy.
I'm like, yo. And he looks at me. You can tell he was like, all right, good luck, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He was like, yo, good luck, bro. I don't know if you believe me or not.
He probably thought you get scared.
He probably thought I was like, just trying to quit, right? I go back to the desk, man, start getting my shit together. So one of my boys worked there too. I called him, I'm like, yo, nigga, I'm like, hey, this nigga 50 just called me. Like, he's like, what? So the word got around the office, like all the little hoes coming over.
Yeah.
They're like, wait, what? That was like my first little taste of fame. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And like, anyway, so that's how that go down. I'm like, yo, this is the fucking law of attraction. This is fucking crazy.
That is amazing. Yeah. That's a perfect example of that.
It's fucking like I'm a huge like I promote that shit huge because like it's true. Like if it's true in here, it will happen. Like, you know, if you feel the feelings, like if you like that's literally the fucking secret. Like if you want to make some shit happen, you have to be delusional as fuck, right? Because you know you're not in a good situation. You got to think. I'm in Arizona. I'm supposed to be in Sacramento. I'm on probation. I owe $42,000 to Cali. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm broke as fuck. You know, I'm trying to figure shit out. But I had to get outside my brain to imagine where I wanted to be, right? And that shit just started happening. Like it happened. Yo, this shit is fucking crazy. I'm telling you that we could do a whole nother fucking interview podcast on that shit. But so that's how that happened, right? So I called my other boy. I was like, yo, so these are my boys. I said earlier, Treasy and Marcus from 7th grade. You know, we was the one. We're still, you know, we lived together. We was moving around together. So we're still roommates at this time. So like, hey, I'm like, yo, 50 Cent just called me. Me at Buffalo Wild Wings on fucking McQueen, whatever the street was.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Wild Wings is cracking. So we all met at Buffalo Wild Wings, you know what I'm saying? And I'm telling them the whole shit. I think we literally lived together the whole time. So they've seen everything, you know what I'm saying? So we chop it up, you know, I'm like, yo, this shit is fucking crazy. Yo, so we eat some wings, get drunk, you know what I'm saying? Kick it. There's another layer to this story, too. You familiar with Willie North Pole?
That sounds familiar. The name sounds familiar.
That's another layer. That's a layer. We can do that later. We don't really gotta get into that. But so I fly out tomorrow, the next day.
Are you like nervous to fly out? Do you still not believing this has happened, or?
I'm nervous as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, yo, because he was like, because that's another thing he said. He said, don't bring any bags. Just hop on a flight and just come out here, and we're gonna take care of everything, right? I'm like, yo, this is fucking crazy.
And I remember 50 saying, he was like, I just did this crazy thing where I didn't even know who this guy looks like.
Yes.
And I'm like, I flew this guy. I could be somebody that's like a gremlin-looking motherfucker.
I could have been a big fat, you know what I'm saying? What's that dude's name? Dave Blunt. What's that? Dave Blunt?
Yeah, Dave Blunt.
I could have been 977 pounds.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Wow, looking crazy. And I remember him saying it. He's like, I just told the dude to quit his job and shit. I'm like, yo, so you know, hop on a flight, you know what I'm saying, the next day. So yeah, I'm hella nervous, whatever. But I go, no bags, nothing. I'm just like, fuck it. Because this is what I've been like imagining and dreaming about. And this shit is like happening at this point. And so, you know, at this point, I have no idea about the music industry or, you know, you hear like crazy shit, you know, I don't know. I'm like, I'm about to see what's about to happen. Fly out there, land. So I'm in touch with, at this point, I'm in touch with Shaw Money. I think it was D Prosper, the A&R. Was it D Prosper, Shaw Money? Let's just say, if this shit ends up getting wacky, just, you know, like I said, it's a long time ago. I think it was Shaw Money that picked me up. I'm just gonna tell the story as if it was. If it comes out different, fuck it. It was Shaw, and I think D Prosper. They picked me up from the airport. Getting there, boom. Hop in the back of the truck. I'm like, all right. Mind you, this shit feels surreal. I'm like, these are people I'm looking at on TV. You know, I'm like, this is Shaw Money XL. Like, what the fuck is happening right now? We drive to the unit offices. Get out. I'm like, all right. I had my little black NASCAR jacket on, a little leather joint that I bought with the Verizon money. And mind you, I'm still on probation.
Oh yeah, you can't even be traveling like this.
I'm not supposed to be doing any of this.
Yeah.
Like I have to make this clear. Like I'm still on probation. I still owe $42,000 to Cali. if my probation up, like I'm violating probation. I'm not. Now I'm flying in fucking New York, and I'm like, this shit is crazy, right? Get to the junior office. I'm like, all right, yeah. Walk in. I see the whole, see the staff. I'm in the junior office. Like, whoa, this is crazy. And my mind's going, fuck, I'm about to meet 50 fucking Cent right now. Like, what's happening right now, right? So somebody's like, yeah, man, like, your shit cool. And, you got good music, we gonna make some shit happen. And, just doing the little, the record, the music industry shit, right? Yeah, so I'm like, all right, I'm in the office. Meet the staff, meet Nicky Martin, all them,
Jeremy Bettis was there.
I don't know.
He was there. He's been there for a while.
Yeah,
So
he might have been. He might have been there.
Yeah, I know him. I know Nicky Martin. I know
You know-
Chris Broadway.
Angel,
No,
you know Angel?
no, I don't think so. Chris Broadway, Jeremy Bettis, Nicky Martin. Obviously, Chris Lopez. I knew later on.
Yeah, Christopher. Yeah, my nigga Broadway. Yeah, that's my boy, man. I ain't seen him in a minute.
And
Yeah.
what's his name, man?
You know Angel Martinez?
Yeah.
That's
Oh, okay. I was like Angel. I don't know why that Angel Martinez.
Angel
yeah.
Martinez.
Yeah, the full
Yeah, you gotta
name.
put the name
Yeah,
in.
I went to put the full name. Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. And then what was
Angel.
that other guy's name? I forget him, but yeah, I knew. But at the
Dre?
time, nah,
Dre. He was the other A&R. I think he came.
he's still with him. I think he's Puerto Rican.
I think
He's still with.
bald headed dude.
Nah, that's the.
Oh no. Oh, you're talking about
His name is Super Mario on Super Mario on Instagram. Super Mario, something like that.
he's the Puerto Rican dude.
Yeah, he's Puerto Rican, I think.
A&R.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he gonna kill me if he watched this.
I know Kai Miller, the engineer.
Kai Miller,
yeah.
he was my engineer.
Yeah.
He was
I
like,
gave him props recently on that Banks project. He did great work on it.
yeah. Oh, he did the new one? He still? Yeah, I did a lot of work with him. I used to, yeah, we like locked in. What the fuck was the other dude's name? I can't remember. But yeah, him. I don't think he was there at the time. But anyways, now I'm in the office. I'm in the junior office. So Charmaine's like, yeah, all right, go in this office. Sit down. We're waiting on 50. He's not here yet. So 50 lived, he lived in Connecticut. So he would make the trek. He would drive down back. I think, what's that, like an hour, 2 hours away or something like that? So he's like, yeah, he's not here. He's coming down from the house. Sit here. You want something? Blah, blah. Cool. So now I'm sitting in this fucking office. There's like a desk over here. Me sitting right here. I'm just sitting there like anticipating 50 Cent in 2000. Now this is January 2006, end of January 2006. Okay. I'm like, yo.
He just dropped that gear, started trying to move everything.
All that.
Crazy.
All that, right? I'm like, the game beef is popping, right? Like, I'm like, and remember seeing that from the outside, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't know what it was real, was it? Because you know what I mean? Like, it was a lot of theatrics. They had the shooting at Hot 97. All that shit's going on. Now I'm in the fucking office. I'm like, this is fucking crazy. Sitting there. This motherfucker just walks in. Now, mind you, I'm thinking, 50 Cent, this nigga, is he crazy? Is he gonna walk in here with fucking 2 pit bulls, you know what I'm saying? And a bulletproof vest and a pistol, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know. You don't know what's real, you know what I'm saying? He walk in. Man, he walked in like here, boom. He's like, yo, he's like, oh, what's up, Rob? Stand up. Heartbeat crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh shit, what's up? Oh. Hell, I'm trying to keep my cool, you know what I'm saying? I kept it kind of cool, you know what I'm saying? I think, So he goes there and sits behind the desk. So I'm like, yo, what's good, He's like, yeah. All right, man, man, good to meet you, man, blah, blah. So we just start talking about just whatever. We just start talking, right? And this is like, this is when I saw him like in this light, because obviously he comes in, he's like a superhero at this point, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, I never met anyone that big, you know what I'm saying? That, that major, that famous, you know what I mean? And we just started talking, and it got so cool to where I just forgot I'm talking to 50 Cent, you know what I'm saying? We're just talking like just regular, like, yeah, man, this and that, and blah, blah, and yeah, da, 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 whatever, right? And this what got me too. his assistant came in, gave him a chicken Caesar salad, right? And he was like, he's like, oh, thanks. So she's walking out. He was like, hey, I don't know what her name is. It's called Susie. Hey, Susie. He was like, I told you no croutons, right? So I'm like, oh shit, he about to get up and beat this, beat her ass. You know what I'm saying? He about to beat this bitch ass. I'm like, oh shit, like some shit about to go on. He about to start blood walking on her face, right? And I'm like, yo, and you could tell she damn near was ready to piss on herself, right? She was like, oh shit. So he was like, no, it's cool. He was like, I'll pick him up. He was like, hey, just remember for next time. And she was like, oh, okay. And that showed me who 50 Cent was. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because think it was probably like a Puff Daddy. You hear the stories about him. The Diddy shit. Diddy probably would have fucking like did some wild shit. He would have booked her for a freak off or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you know when you get that big, you know, the ego gets in. He probably could have, you know, chewed her out. But he was like, yo, I'll just pick this shit off. So that just kind of explained the whole vibe of 50 Cent and like our whole thing. Like he's like cool, down to earth. You know, you see the social media side of him and all that, but like he's really just a cool ass, you know, cat, cool nigga. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I heard from a lot of people that met him. Yeah,
just cool as fuck. You know, and you know if you didn't know that, you know, you from the outside looking in, you think he's a super gangster who got shot and he has that side of him that can get shit done. And
to his credit,
yeah,
like when I was a kid, because 50's my favorite artist, grew up on him, listened to everything. As a kid, you know, you would hear the gangsta music, but when I was watching his interviews, it was totally different, man. He was a businessman. Yes. You know, it wasn't like, yo, I'm proud of being a gangsta and shooting shit up like these newer artists, right? He was like, listen, that was my circumstances. If I would have been able to choose how I grew up, I would have gone to college. I would have done something else. Right. Not I'd be in the streets selling crack and doing all this other stuff, right? So he was like, that's just what I grew up in. And like in the interviews, he would downplay the gang stuff. He's like, I don't find that gangsta. He was like, that's not what you should be idolizing. So that's, you know, to his credit, he was, you know, at least he didn't try to put this image and portray like he's always this gangsta 24/7. Like he was himself in the interviews. He was just like, listen, man, this is me, and you know whether you like it or not, it is what it is. So,
yeah.
So shout out to him. Yeah. For
same here too. So like when I would see his interviews, it was that hit me because it's like a huge contrast, right? Like you said, you got super gangster 50 Cent, Southside Jamaica, Queens, drug dealer, you know, got shot, and then the interviews, like you said, oh yeah, you know, and like very like super intelligent, like strategic, and he wasn't pumping that shit. And that's, you know, that's how life is. Like all the the fake gangsters or people acting, they're the ones that's on camera like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, and this and that, and fuck that, and yeah, and you know, like you know what I mean, like trying too hard. He never came off that way.
And I was a kid, so like that influenced me to not do anything bad, because I was like hearing the music, and then I was like, if I would have seen him in interviews talking about this shit too and pushing it, probably would have influenced me to do bad.
Right.
You know, so when I saw like that's early on as a kid, I realized this isn't real. Like this is just entertainment. Because because I'm glad I at least got into 50 and not somebody else that was like probably pushing that shit in interviews.
Right.
Because I probably would have gotten some crazy shit. I mean, I was in Iowa. It's not like you get the crazy shit over there. But, so it's like, but it's just, I never got involved into anything because that didn't influence me like that because of what 50 was doing in his interviews.
Right.
You know?
Well, you know, Juice WRLD said Future got him in the lean.
See? Yeah, and that's crazy, man. And that impacted him in a very bad way, you know? And it took his life, essentially. So. And
that could be a whole other conversation we could have as far as music and, you know, how much do you think it influences kids? I think that's a good, like, interesting topic.
Yeah, no, it has a role in it, you know?
Yeah.
Especially if your parents aren't in your life, too, man. I have both my parents in my life, so, you know, I couldn't just out here go crazy and do crazy shit too, because I was thinking about them as well. But it's still like that made the distinction, like this is just entertainment. This is not, you know, it's not like 50's when he's talking about I'll whoop your head boy and shooting somebody up. He's not just doing it right after the song going, you know, it's like, hey, this is entertainment this time. Yeah, maybe in the early 90s he was doing something, but that's done. He's like, that's done. That's my past life. I'm not, so shout out to him for that. Distinction is important, especially for today's time, man. With these artists.
Well, shit, I mean, today's time, I mean, these motherfuckers really doing it.
Yeah, and they're bragging about it. Yeah.
Like Chicago music is just them taunting their fucking ops the whole time, talking about who they killed yesterday.
Yeah. Crazy. So that croutons, you know, him
So
you
the
know,
whole crouton thing
real.
happens, whatever. So we get cool. So he's like, all right, this was gonna happen. We gonna he said we're gonna go back up to Connecticut. No. So after that, he was like, all right, this is gonna happen. We're gonna go to the jeweler and then we're gonna pick up some clothes and this and that, right? Well, I think he picked up or had some like this was the whole unit gear, all that was popping. So we had like a bunch of unit jeans and shoes and like shirts and shit like that. We ended up going to the I think it was the Diamond District, whatever. And at this time, the it was the West Coast Jacob was out there. It was somebody, one of them jewelers was over there. Went in there. He was like, "Yo, need some chains, whatever." So we got some chains and shit like that. I'm like, "Yo, this is really
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
like." I was like, "Yo, is this really what's happening right now?"
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? And I never forget too. It was cold as fuck, and I had some goddamn Chuck Taylors on. My
Yeah, I was
feet,
gonna ask you. I was like, you coming from Arizona to January in New York? It's freezing.
yo,
Yeah.
my feet was cold as fuck. I had some thin ass Chucks on, like a dumbass. Not even think. I'm like, oh, that's why these niggas wear Timberlands.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The
New
little
York
shady
gets
Timbs.
crazy cold, bro.
You know. So anyway, we got some chains, did all that, and then it was like, all right, cool. We're gonna go up to the house. So I hopped in. So now we take the trip back to Connecticut to the mansion, the fucking unit. I'm like, yo, this is. So the truck is a bulletproof Suburban. Like literally everything that's happening is like it's like a movie. Like it felt like it was like I was like it was fake.
Like punked.
Very punked. You know,
Yeah.
like someone
Yeah,
like
some-
Ashton Kutcher's gonna run out and be like, "Ha, you didn't really get signed, nigga." You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
Like,
he was getting a lot of people back then too. Man.
yo, that was the greatest show.
Yeah.
So like everything, I'm like, yo, this is really happening right now. So I'm in the back. So the bulletproof Suburban, it had the seats, it had two seats that face each other, like two seats that, you know, the back and then face into, and had a big screen. You can watch some videos and shit like that. So I'm sitting on this side, 50 sitting on this side. We kind of chop it up, whatever. He's playing some beats, whatever. 'Cause I think the trip was probably like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, something like that. So we're just mobbing. So at this time it's late. So it's nighttime, and there was snow. It wasn't snowing, but there was snow on the ground. Cause I never forget this shit. So we finally we get there, and we pull up. So I'm kind of looking out the window now, and we're pulling up to the fucking mansion. There's like snow on the on the driveway, and I'm seeing like some couple cars outside. I'm like, yo, I'm fucking pulling up to 50's mansion in Connecticut, the Mike Tyson joint. Yo, this shit is fucking crazy, man. I'm like, yo, this is wild as fuck right now. Pull up, get out, walk in. It's just like, what? Yo, it's just, I'm trying to like explain. It's just fucking crazy is what I'm saying. Again, I'm on probation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm on fucking probation.
Did you have an ankle monitor?
No, there's no ankle monitor. I'm not on house arrest.
Oh yeah, I'm tripping.
It was just if you're on probation in Cali, it was like you just can't leave the state. You know, you can't leave the county or whatever, or the state. I don't know if it's the city or the state. Anyway, it's still all this money.
And 50 has no idea about that, right?
He don't know about it.
Yeah.
And I didn't tell him.
Yeah, there's no reason.
So I'm like, man. So at that point, we get there. We do a little tour of the house. I think Kai was there, and he was like, all right, cool. Start playing some music in the studio. We go to the studio. So he starts playing some music. I'm like, all right, cool. So he's like playing some beats, whatever. They play one. They play this one beat. So I'm like, he was like, yo, he's like, you like this? I'm like, yeah. He's like, so all right, cool. He's like, hey, write to it. I'll be back.
Was Olivia in the studio too? Because you mentioned a while ago Olivia was in the studio
No, she
playing
wasn't.
Be Easy.
Was she there? I don't
Yeah,
think she was.
I read
was
an
she
interview.
there? 'Cause I know she was. Or was she already on? I think she was already on the hook. She might have been there, or she came the next day.
Yeah, from the interview that I read, you did the interview in like October of 2006, and you did say like that day that you went, like the day that you got signed, when
Went to the house.
Olivia was there and the Be Easy beat was playing.
Yeah,
And she was
you're
on the
right.
hook.
You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. She already did. She was doing the hook. She did the hook. You're right. Yes.
So that was the first track you hopped on, or
Yeah.
was it something else?
Say it again.
Was that the first track you hopped on, or was that something else?
Yeah. So this was like, so what I found out later, because he doesn't know. He just told me to fly out here the fucking next day. He doesn't know anything about me. He doesn't know if I wrote those songs. He doesn't know shit.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Right. So I found out later. So this was him going, let me put him on the spot. Right. So mind you, I've been I got 10,000 hours in, baby. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm an expert at this point. So when I got in the studio, I wasn't nervous. You know what I'm saying? It was weird. I was nervous around him and all that. But when I got in the studio, I was like, all right, cool. Well, like, give me the pen. You know what I'm saying? Wrote the verse, you know. Be easy check. D's on the like 23s on that. So I'm writing. So the first verse would be easy. Knock that shit out. Go in there. Record it. In the intercom, 50, come in. You know, come listen to it. Come in, listen to it. I knocked that shit out quick too, maybe like 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And he come listen to it. And I'm looking at him, and he like. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, oh, this nigga spitting. This nigga spitting. He was like, and you see it, you can see the relief kind of coming off him, like, okay, he's that guy. You know, like he's, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're that guy. Yeah. And he was like, oh shit, all right, cool. Like, all right, do the second verse. So he leaves, do the second verse, you know what I'm saying? And he come back, listen to that one. You know, and when I did so he lost it over the Phantom line. You know what I'm saying? He happened to Phantom, and I happened to Phantom, and they happened to Phantom, and they happened to say, like, he was like, oh, this motherfucker's crazy. Like he's not like he gets it. He knows how to. So from that, so I recorded that song at that point, and that's when it was kind of like he was like, okay, we're gonna work. Like, this is gonna happen. Like, let's fucking go into overdrive. Let's fucking go through these beats. Let's figure this shit out. Let's knock this album out. Like, you could tell he saw the vision. You know, like, okay, we have another lane of G-Unit. The young cat, you know what I'm saying, from over here. He's not talking about shooting people. He's the club guy, you know what I'm saying? Cool. This was that side of it, you know what I'm saying? So it made sense. It's just, we just didn't.
And that's what frustrates me.
And there's a good story about that. So now we're in work mode, you know what I'm saying? We got a bunch of beats. We're going through beats, you know, so every day going through beats. We're taking the trip down to the office, whatever, listening to music on the way, writing in the bulletproof, you know what I'm saying? Going to the office, he's going to meetings, blah, 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 meeting people, whatever. We're just, you know, they set up a photo shoot, all this shit. Cool. So now we're in work mode, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just, you know, getting used to it. I'm living at the G-Unit mansion. Come back, making the music. So there's this one crazy story. So I'm sitting in the fucking room, right? And I wake up. This is probably my fourth day there. Third or fourth day, right? I don't even know if I ever told this story. Wake up, it's like, so there's no fucking shades on the window, like, so when the sun comes out, like, it's just like,
I hate that, man. That shit will fuck up my...
I'm like, nigga, get some shades, nigga. Like,
come on, man, you got all this money, can't get no shades.
But he get up hella early, like, it ain't, you know what I mean? Like, he's an actual psychopath. Like, I'm saying, like, in a good way, like, work-wise, like, he's like the last one sleep, the first one up. Like, you see why he's where he's at, because he like completely gets it. Like, it's like a workhorse.
No, I've always heard stories of him being punctual on time. Like, everything is just like, it's like a military.
He's a machine, like 100% military. Like he knows, like he's not gonna go back to where he came from. He's not gonna, you know, go broke. Like, he's so focused, you know what I'm saying? And one thing he did tell me too is like, he doesn't do well with idle time. right? So if he's like sitting there and nothing to do, his brain reverts back to the fuckery. So he has to.
I think that's some trauma that he has.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's not. That's not even a thought. Like
Yeah.
that's like because he hasn't dealt with it fully. I'm sure he's tried whatever, but there's still shit in his brain that, and this is at the time. I don't know about now, but he was like, I have to stay busy. I'm either working out, doing this, doing that. So he just gets a lot of shit done in a short period of time. So, anyways, wake up, and the door opens, and I'm like, like what the fuck? And this fucking girl walks in. She's probably like 29, black chick, you know what I'm saying, thick, you know what I mean? She was cool. She wasn't crazy. Like, it wasn't like fucking, Cassie that walked in, but it was like she was cool, I wasn't like, like my dick didn't go, ah. I was like, okay. But I'm like, okay, what the fuck's happening?
That's weird. That's random as fuck.
She walks in like, again, this is like the cliche music industry, like the stories that you hear that you don't know. So I'm like, I'm in the bed. It's hella early. It's like 7, 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
And she walks over, sits on the bed. I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing right now? Like, I don't know who this is. I don't know. She's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, yeah, what's up? I'm like, I'm in my drawers, you know what I'm saying? She's like, yeah, you want a little dance or something? I'm like, yeah. I didn't my brain's not there to do that, but I'm like, maybe I'm supposed to, yeah. So she starts dancing and shit, and she's like, yeah, she gets down. She ends up grabbing my joint, starts sucking me off. And I'm like uncomfortable, nervous, because I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this in his house. Like, because I know, you know what I mean? Like, it was just weird. So my joint didn't get hard. It was just like, and she's trying to get it cracking. And I'm like, all right, so it was a weird situation, right? So probably lasted about 9.5 minutes, right? She leaves. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Intercom. Yo, Rod, come to the studio, da-da. Go down to the studio.
You think that was a test or something? Because that's like a random.
There was a few tests. There was
really
tests. Yeah, there was tests.
So that you found out that was a test later on, or what?
Through other tests, I put that in the test
put
bucket.
them together?
Yeah.
What was the other test? Do you remember?
So, another test was where this is probably the following week, probably like a week or two later. We all chilling. We're in the living room. We watching TV or some shit, eating, whatever. And he was like, "Yo, Rod." He's like, "Hey, he's like, Rod, I got this CD in my sweats in my room. It was like a beat CD or something, right?" He was like, "It was from the car. Can you go get that CD for me?"
That was 50 saying that.
50 was saying this. He's like, "Go to my room, go in the closet. There should be some sweats on the floor. It has a CD in it. Give me my CD. Can you get the CD and bring it?" I was like, "All right, cool, yeah, whatever, cool." Go upstairs, boom, boom. Look, all right, cool. Get the little sweats, boom. Hella money in the pocket. It was like a big ass fucking knot in the pocket with the CD. So me, I'm not a, well, yeah, I was stealing from Verizon and shit, but I'm not you know what I'm saying? I'm not like a career bad person, you know what I'm saying? Thief. So I'm not even thinking about it. Like, that's just his money. Like, I'm just getting the CD. So I get the CD, put the fucking sweats down, go back, give me the CD. So again, I'm not thinking about that, right? Because I know I'm not the type to just steal someone's money. And I'm not stupid. I'm not fucking retarded. I'm not gonna steal $20 or whatever, $10,000.
And you just got put on like everything. Yeah, it makes no sense.
Put in my pocket, you know what I'm saying? And I'm living at this nigga's house.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But that's probably why he did the test, because he's probably had people do some stupid shit like that.
Oh, 100%. I'm sure there's been some people that have done some dumb shit and again, he doesn't know anything about me.
Yeah, that's fair.
He literally heard a CD, called me, flew me out the next day. I could be a fucking nutcase.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in his house, and you got to think he's been shot 9 times. There's got to be some type of paranoia. I could have been a fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? So I think these are little tests that he was doing to figure out, is this guy sane? Like, is he like a good dude? Like, is he whatever? And of course, I pass all the tests because I'm not a fucking psychopath. I have common sense and logic and, you know, whatever. I want to make this music and get this shit popping. So, but that was another test. I realized later, like, that was a fucking test. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, he's probably thinking about go steal that money. So, but yeah, so we go down to the studio and we're sitting there chilling, about to play some music. And then so he looked over and he was like, hey, did what's the name? What's the name? Go in the room. Go, come up. Go. I was like, yeah. He was like, it's cool. You cool? I was like, yeah, it was cool. Yeah. He was like, all right. And that's all he said about it. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, I'm telling you, this shit was like surreal, fool. Like, it felt like a script, like a movie, like something. Like, it was just a bunch of shit like that was going on. Like, there's so many stories like that we can get into. But yeah, man. So we just recording and making the album. So this is the Fast Lane album we're making at this point.
Yeah, I was actually looking into that, and there's a lot, man, with that album that I wish I could have heard. Because when you were doing the interview, you said had production from Eminem, Dr. Dre, Jake One, Dangerous LLC.
Yeah.
You know, it got scheduled for summer of 2006. When was that XXL? Because they did a DVD where you and 50 were in front, and which was really dope about that. You guys were in that like old hot rod type of vehicle.
Yeah.
And like 50 was going through like traffic with New York, and everybody's going crazy. Like, and you were in the passenger seat, kind of experiencing. How was that whole XXL thing?
Man, yo, that shit. Oh man, that shit was crazy too. So up to this point, you know, we're figuring everything out, the marketing, the deal's still not done yet. So I got the lawyers.
They haven't signed nothing yet.
I haven't signed anything yet. You know, they gotta work the deal out. You know what I mean? These are like 200-page deals and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I got my lawyer. I got a lawyer meeting with him in the city.
And this is your lawyer that you knew prior to?
No, this is a lawyer that I got referred to from his lawyer, which I'm sure is a fucking conflict of interest, but just whatever. I'm like, and it was the standard G-Unit deal that everyone got, and you know, whatever. It was good. It was a great deal, 6-figure deal. It was amazing. This is probably like the last time from those big deals where you get those big advances. You know, now you only getting, you know, you ain't getting shit like that. You know what I mean? I mean, unless you popping big song out. So yeah, so we're doing shit. We're doing photo shoots. We're figuring shit out. The deal's getting worked out on the back end. Whatever. We're just moving, recording, doing whatever. So he's going hard. He's setting shit up. Cause he's like you're next up. Basically.
Yeah, he was basically pushing as like his protege that was like coming up. Like, cause when I was seeing, I was like, man, who is this guy that 50 just keeps like 106 in Park, Rap City, XXL DVD, all this stuff. You were doing all types of different interviews, and 50 would just pop up, and like I was like, man, 50's like really pushing.
It was crazy. Like he just used he was basically pushing his weight. Like he was like, this needs to happen. That was his that was his view. He was like, this is he could be like the future of G-Unit, or you know, this other lane. Now if he pops off, I can sign another cool cat. Like you don't have to stay in that gangster lane. You know what I'm saying? So it made sense. You know what I mean? What he was trying to make happen, and that's why it was like fast tracking a lot of shit with the interviews and all that. So set up the XXL thing. So mind you, up to this point, this is probably, I don't know what date that is, but we maybe a month in or something. We finished the album in 2 weeks.
Oh shit! So Fast Lane is completed.
Yeah, it was complete in 2 weeks.
Completed.
It was done. And
oh my god!
The album was fucking like, cause everything was just so organic. It was like the beats was there. We was fucking bouncing off. Like it was fucking crazy. Like we're listening to the album, going, this fucking album's ridiculous. Like what are we talking about?
So how did you end up with Eminem? Is Eminem on the actual production on the album? You said that in the interview. You remember?
Yeah, he had a. Yeah, what's that song called?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I forget the song. Cause you know there's all these we had all the CDs and the folders and shit. I remember he was like, oh, this is an Eminem fucking folder. I'm like, oh shit. So what Eminem does, he'll send like skeleton tracks, right? So it'd be like very stripped down, like drum, kick, snare, hi hats, maybe one little melody. You body it, you know what I'm saying, and then he builds around it. So that's how he would. That's how he produced. So yeah, there was one. I forget what the fuck the name was, man. But I had one of those joints on there, which was crazy. Um, it,
Jake
yeah,
One, Dr.
Jake
Dre,
One, Dre,
Dangerous LLC, which was
Dangerous
I Whoop Your
LLC,
Head Boy, and he made Window Shopper.
yeah, and what was the other one? You gotta take your pains off, just move them to the side. And ride on
That
the roller
guy,
coaster.
I forget his name, but he had that amusement park beat was Jim Jones's, and they were arguing a little bit about that.
Yeah, there was
So
a
I forget the
situation.
producer, man.
No, that was Dangerous LLC.
Was it? Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah, that was Dangerous LLC. I love they're like one of my favorites, man.
yeah, they did great work.
Um,
Worked well with 52.
yeah, that was good. So
Man,
So
that was done.
it was done. That's some set. Like
Come on, man.
I'm looking at this shit like, oh shit, I'm about to be a goddamn billionaire.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I'm like, I'm really getting there. Like this is really gonna happen.
Did you guys like have the artwork, everything ready to go?
Artwork,
Oh
all
my
that.
God, brother. What? So how does all that happen?
So, all right.
So before, okay.
So double XL.
Yeah.
So up to this point, we just been recording, going to the office, meetings. Right? That's all it was. It's all work. So I forget how famous this motherfucker is, right? Because we're not, it's just at the house,
Yeah.
chopping it up, recording, going here. We're not going to any clubs, not doing no shit like that. It was just all like recording, office, meetings, recording, drive back, office, photo shoot, office over here, go to Violator. So everything is a controlled environment. Like you're not, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, like he's so cool, like you just forget that this is 50 Cent because he doesn't act like he's this big star. He's just fucking 50 Cent. Like he's Curtis Jackson. Like, yeah, all right, cool, let's come over here. Hey, this is a cool motherfucker. There's nothing Hollywood. There's zero Hollywood bone in his body. You know what I'm saying? So the double XL thing happened. We go over there, we do that, set the car up. We're in the car. So this is the first time we're in public. And I think I said it on the DVD. I'm like, oh shit. Like, oh, you're 50 Cent. Oh, because we were just driving and the fucking street, like he's shutting down the street. And I'm in the car. I'm going, oh, this motherfucker's hella famous. I forgot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yo, it was so crazy. Cause like, it's so funny. Cause like, we'll go to a street and no one knows he's in the car. So it happened like one person would see him.
Oh,
They would go like this. Is that? Cause we're doing the interview, whatever. They would go, wait. So you would look and you would see the one dude see him and then that person would go, yo. And it would go. And it would just go like this. And then everyone would run to the car and then it would shut the fucking street down. Right? So it was the craziest shit ever. I'm like, oh shit, I'm with 50 Cent. That's right. This is fucking crazy. And then, so it would become a situation, the cops have to get everybody, and then we have to mob. So we'd have to mob to another street where no one knows that it's him. So it would happen all over again. So we get to another street, no one knows who's in this car. One person will walk by, like cross the street, and be like, 50, run up to the car, somebody else, and then it would shut the street down again. I'm like, yo, this is fucking crazy.
that's insane.
Yeah, it was insane, man. Like,
And shout out to 50, he would say like, he would always give people autographs and stuff because he knew before he was famous, nobody wanted his autograph. So even on the bad days, I remember he actually told you that on the XXL interview. He was like, yeah, he was like always, if a fan asks for something, always do it because, they're the ones that purchase, they're the ones that support, they're the ones that, even on a bad day if you don't feel like doing it because before nobody wanted your autograph, now, they do. So yeah, that's a cool, that tells you right there he's a really down to earth person.
Yeah, he gets it. He never forgot where he came from. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, he's just smart in that way, like very conscious. He has a pretty high emotional IQ in a lot of situations. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So, but yeah, that was the whole double XL thing. It was crazy.
So around this time, yeah, you're double XL. I want to say like March, April 2006.
Yeah.
Um, the album, some interviews you were saying was coming out summer of 2006. So
Yeah,
was
well, I
that
think it was supposed to be like May, June.
yeah, was that the
June.
plan?
That was the plan.
Did you guys have a rollout like with choosing singles and
So here's the story. Here's where the shit. Here's the meat, right? Here's where it's like, all right, what happened? You know what I'm saying? So, album's done. We go to Interscope. We fly out to LA. We got to meet with Jimmy, right? We got to play Jimmy the album. Jimmy Iovine, if you don't know what we're talking about. We go to Beverly Hills, right? Pull up, big crazy fucking hotel. We go up to his room, to the penthouse, right? I want to say Nicole Scherzinger was in there. I think he was blowing her back out. Remember Pussycat Dolls? I think that was fucking. But anyways, so we sitting there. So Jimmy comes out. Hey, this the guy I heard so much about. I'm like, oh shit, it's Jimmy Iovine. Whatever, cool. So we link up. All right, cool. Yeah. All right, man. I heard so many good things about you. I can't wait to hear this album. It's like, yeah. We got downstairs. Let's go down to the fucking to the truck and listen to it. Go down to the truck. So now, sitting in the fucking back of this truck, 50 Cent, Jimmy Iovine, right? Same type of setup with the truck. Obviously not the same truck because this is LA now, but it's the same setup. The seats facing each other. We're playing the album. I'm like, man, this is great. I'm gonna be a fucking gazillionaire. Wow, like wow, this fucking album is incredible. Like it's a good ass album, right? They start going through the tracks. So this is now we're listening to the album to figure out what we're gonna do, right? Start going through the songs. Boom. All right, yeah, this shit is crazy. Yeah. Jimmy, yeah. Okay, go through the songs. So we go through the album. He goes, go back to that number. So Chase the Cat, Be Easy. All these songs are on there. Rock to It. We had I think it was like 12, 13 songs.
that was the length of the album?
12, 13, might have been 14. I had skits. So one of my favorite albums was, like The Chronic, Doggy Style. Yeah. So I always had this thing. I'm like, if I make an album, I don't want it just to be songs. You know what I'm saying? Just like a song come on, go off. It's too transactional. You know what I'm saying? Like those albums with the skits or interludes and like it makes
like
it
a
more,
movie almost. Like
and that's how it was. I'm telling you, this fucking album was amazing. We had skits, we had all that shit. Like it felt like it was a good ass goddamn album. Tell us that. So he goes, go back to that number 4 or whatever it was, like, and it was Be Easy, right? Now at this time it had Olivia on it. I mean, it had Olivia on it. So in my head, right? So I'm going, the singles Chase the Cat. No brainer. So this is in my head, right? I'm sitting next to 50 Cent, Jimmy Iovine. This is $1 billion, over $1 billion I'm sitting. I'm, Rod from Sack, you know what I'm saying? All right. What do I do? Do I say this? Anyways, I'm chilling. So this was going on in my head. Jimmy Iovine loves this fucking Be Easy. Yeah, Be Easy. Then, I think he just loved the guitar. He's like, yeah, man, I think this is the one right here, bro. Like, I think this is the single. In my head, I'm going, no, this is not the single. No, this is in my head.
Yeah.
This is a life lesson. And to you people, you artists, listen to yourself. Like, you have to listen to yourself. Like, you have to. Because I'm going in my head going, tell them Chase the Cat. Like, what is going to hit. Like, like, this is it was burning through my fucking, like, body to say, Chase the Cat, Chase the Cat. But the pussy side of my brain was going, well, you're just Rod, They This is 50 Cent and Jimmy Iovine. They know. You know what I'm saying? Like they know. Maybe
In the industry, they know, like,
they know the industry. Maybe this makes more sense. So I'm talking through this thing, not telling them what I really think, right? Be easy, be easy. All right, yeah. Oh, we gonna go be easy, man. I'm hella sad. I'm hella sad. I'm like, say something, nigga. Say something. Like my soul, my higher self is saying, say something, you bitch ass nigga. And I'm like, nah, they know it. They get it. Let me trust them. Don't say nothing. Now they like, oh yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna get on it. We should get this person. We should try to get this person. We should try to get who we want. And I just roll with it, knowing in my heart that Chase the Cat should have been the first fucking single.
I agree. From what I heard as a fan,
Yeah.
I felt Be Easy as a single, it should have been like the third or fourth if you guys were going that far into the album.
100%.
But as the lead single, nah, I disagree with that. I think Chase the Cat and Rock to It, I like Rock to It a lot. And the only full version I ever found online was like from a random upload. We only got the AOL sessions with that.
Oh yeah,
That's it. We never got like the full. One guy uploaded, but it's pretty bad quality. But
Yeah.
I felt like Chase the Cat was definitely the one. They ended up using Chase the Cat for TOS as a bonus record.
Yeah, that's like when everything already
Yeah.
dissipated.
So you didn't have a conversation with 50 prior to with Jimmy Iovine about what you felt should have been the single? Because with Give Rich or Die Trying, Eminem and 50 had that conversation before they went to Jimmy Iovine. And then 50 said he tapped Eminem's foot because Eminem was obviously the bigger star at the time. So he tapped Eminem's foot under the table to push for In the Club because they were thinking of going with If I Can't as the first single.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever knew that.
Yeah, so if you ever watch the full Give Rich or Die Trying, you get to the track by track because I did the whole track by track, which is kind of a little bit long. But if you're a fan of the album, you actually want to check. That's 50 was like I tapped Eminem under the foot so they can push for In the Club. So that's why I'm surprised you didn't talk to 50 ahead of time.
See, I didn't tap him on the foot. That was my ass. That's my bad.
Yeah.
I was supposed to tap him. Go, hey, nah. Like I was supposed
But
to
did
do
you guys
anything.
have a conversation or no?
Nah, we didn't. We didn't have.
Never
we didn't
had.
have. We did. Okay, so after it got too far, right? We were kind of like, I think I brought it up, kind of like in passing or something. Like, hey, like you don't think like Chase the Cat should be like kind of like pussy wise, but it was already past the point to where we already pulled the trigger.
yeah, the budget was
We had Mary J on. So, and he was like, so then he told me his reasoning was, he was like, listen, because remember, he would always be on like the first singles. Remember, like with Mobb Deep, you know what I'm saying? Or with Banks and them, with Yayo, So Seductive,
That's a great point, yeah.
Mobb Deep, it was
Even with Game.
Out of Control. Was it Out of Control?
Yeah, Out of Control, yep.
Remember, it would be 50 would do the hook, the first verse, the hook, and then they would come in because he was pushing his weight because it was like you're gonna play that. So I'm like, all right, cool, we can do that for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he was just on the hook. He wasn't on the first verse. He was just on the hook, right? So I was like, hey man, Chase the Cat, like what, And he said, yeah, that was gonna be the second single, right? So his reasoning was wherever his head was, I don't know what. I have a theory too, Bob. I'm gonna tell you.
I think I know where you're going with that.
So his reasoning was, yo, I want you to stand on your own 2 feet, right? I want you to be introduced as Hot Rod on your own. We got Mary J. That hits, then we can knock him out with the fit with me on Chase the Cat, kind of like the cleanup hitter. He was like, I don't want to overshadow you on the lead. Like, I want you to be your own artist.
That's fair, but Rock to It should have been the first single if that's the case. Because Rock to It, nobody was. It was you. It was just you.
It was just me. That's a good point.
It would have been harder to push.
And I think that was probably the thing there because remember, I'm unknown. He pulled me out of nowhere. We had a star. We still had a star, but it wasn't 50. We had Mary J. Blige, so it might have been easy. It was easier to go to radio with it.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
So I can see that too.
Yeah.
Now, this was after. So remember, Mobb Deep had came out.
Blood Money, May 2006.
Yeah, that was May. So I was supposed to come after that.
That summer, yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm assuming July, August, probably.
yeah, something like that, right? So up to this point, all right, because you know these dates.
Yeah, August was the one
So
the single when Mary J. Blige came out. It was August like 6th, 2006.
August
August 7th,
2006.
yeah. That was the time when Be Easy came out as an actual single. The video didn't come out till a little bit later,
To a
but
little later,
yeah.
yeah.
But that was the first push was August like 7th, 2006.
So here's my theory, right? Because Mob Deep, because so I'm there. This is now with the Mob Deep push. It's in the middle of all that, right? Because when I first got there, they had a Mob Deep listening party. Had a bunch of DJs come in to the mansion. Had a bunch of strippers. You know what I'm saying? And interesting story too. Let me give you this quick little story too. So they had a bunch of strippers come in, and they had the DJs and all that shit. It was like a little mixer, you know what I mean? So you know, he had a club in the house. You know.
Yeah, that was massive too.
So I'm happy to be here. I don't know. This is clearly early on. This had to be within the first couple of weeks or something. I was there. So the DJs are playing the music. We got a bunch of strippers. We got all the goons. Like it's like hella niggas, hella goons from Southside. You got DJs. Everybody. The dance floor is empty, right? Everyone's standing around the dance floor, okay, in the club. The girls, the strippers, the goons, standing there. Music's playing, and mind you, I'm out here just ride. I'm trying to mix up with people. I don't know nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, where the fuck? Why is no one dancing? So this explained who I was during this time. You know what I'm saying? Man, I walked out to the middle of the dance floor by myself, nobody there, and just started dancing. Like, right?
Yeah, they're probably like, what the?
So they're like, because everybody's trying to be too cool.
Yeah.
One little Puerto Rican stripper came out. So I started dancing with her. All the strippers came out. They started dancing with me, and then, like, I set the whole party off like that.
That's dope.
Yo,
yeah.
that was like another, like, it felt like a fucking movie, I'm telling you, like. But that was my personality, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't like trying to be cool. I was like, I'm happy to be here. Like, I'm in 50 Cent's house. We got a bunch of strippers over here. We got DJs, Mob Deeps over there, 50 Cent in the studio. Like, I'm gonna go out here and like dance and drink, and it was funny. That was like a whole little thing. So remember, up to this point, every project has been platinum. Well, not Yayo. But Yayo still did like 800,000.
Yeah,
right. But it was there, But he was in jail. He couldn't promote whatever, right? But that was still considered successful. But remember, 50 was really big on numbers and shit, right? Now here again, this is my theory. So the Mobb Deep album didn't perform that well, right? I think it did like 200 the first week, something like that.
Yeah.
You remember 250?
Yeah, it still went gold and
250, something like that. Yeah. But up to that point, it still wasn't considered like, you know what I mean? It was 50 Mobb Deep. Like, this was supposed to be like huge, like a big deal. This was kind of the start of the decline. I'm gonna tell you where it really declined. So what I think was coming off of the Mobb Deep, because remember he was on that first single. It was like, do I want to put myself out there again and possibly dilute my brand, right? Get on the hook of this unknown person on Chase the Cat and possibly have that flop and me be attached to it. Let me put him out there with Mary J. If that doesn't do well, I can just kind of like, it wasn't me. You see what I'm saying?
That's fair, yeah.
I think that played a part.
I think also my theory, and that's a great one. I think my theory is after, and a lot of people said this, after the Game situation.
Yeah.
50 was like, I'm done. Like his kind of trying to help artists. He felt like he was burned so badly by that I feel like ever since then we never really got like 50 hands on somebody's project after that. Yeah. Like to me, with you he was probably with the Fast Lane.
Oh, he was.
But with the singles and all that, he probably was like, I don't want to help, and then the guy just blows up, and then he just
Yeah.
screws me over and says, fuck me and all this stuff. So I think that game situation really, Yayo, he knows Yayo, so of course he gave him, because Yayo, it's Yayo. He's been knowing him forever. But everybody else, he's probably like, do your own shit. Like, you guys got to figure this out. Like how you mentioned multiple times that he said, you guys got to figure this out on your own, because I'm not gonna hold your hand to the whole situation. And it was because of game, I think. Because I think if the game situation would have went smooth, 50 would have, because dude, there's reference tracks of 50 writing for like everybody on June. Like, there was a leaked So Seductive with just 50 on it.
Oh yeah.
There was a leaked Higher record with just 50 on it.
I heard all that because I would go to the studio and just go through the hard drive. So I heard all the game records.
That's crazy.
So How We Do, all the game records. I heard them. I heard the Pro Tools sessions.
Yeah.
So you saw 50's verses muted, and then I saw the game vocals, and so I saw it. Like it was like he had those records from Massacre, and he just because I think he made them all in like a couple of nights or some shit.
Bro, the mask would have been bigger than Get Rich. Had he put those records on there with Candy Shop just a little bit, he would have topped, commercially at least, he would have topped Get Rich.
100%.
No problem. Now,
100%.
quality-wise, you can debate. That's, it's opinion, but I
Yeah.
think it would have been an even bigger quality album.
100%.
I think the weak tracks on the Massacre could have been easily replaced with How We Do and Hate or Love.
Yeah, because the Massacre was kind of bloated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What was it like 18? How many?
No, I was like 21. You put Hate or Love It remix with everybody on June at the last
Yeah.
track too. So it was a double
So he
disc.
he could have took How We Do,
Hate or Love It,
West Side
West Side Story, all those records. Man.
and put those on there and kind of took out those, like you said, those little kind of fillery records, which were still good records, but they weren't.
Like Bill Joe with Jamie Foxx, that was all right.
Yeah, it was cool. You know what I mean?
So Amazing, and little records here and there that was like Hate or Love and How We Do would have been, come on,
It would have been ridiculous.
out the park. Like, so I think that's your theory. I never thought of, but I think both ways make sense.
Yeah, it could have been a collection of things, but that makes sense too.
Yeah, as a fan, at least from my, you would know because you're more, intertwined in that.
I can see that. I've actually heard some other people say that too, that they probably could have been like the game situation.
Because it's like, come on, you're helping a guy, and the guy just says "F you" after you just did all that.
Yeah.
Like,
And that whole situation was fucked from the beginning. Like Jimmy Hinchman being his manager. You know what I'm saying? Like.
And I heard Game, like with the G-Unit chain story that I was talking about earlier, my documentary there.
Yeah.
Spider Loke said he heard Game charge Buck extra for the G-Unit chain, like behind, like when he was calling. Like Buck was there, and he did, because Spider Loke had just met Buck, and Game already knew Spider Loke from a long time ago, so he didn't know Buck was in the room when they were negotiating about the chain, like talking about, hey, how this chain that got robbed, what's going on with it?
The spinner.
Yeah, the JoJo who knows Game.
Yeah.
Was the connect. So he called Games like, man, you're in G-Unit, man, figure this out. He's like, man, fuck them G-Unit guys. Like, I'm gonna charge him 100,000. Like, and Buck was in the room hearing that.
Oh,
so
shit.
it's like, and Jim Jones said Game told Jim Jones that he had a plan to do all this.
I heard that too. I didn't know if Jim Jones was trolling or.
Yeah, who knows? At the time though, but that's what he said. I don't know.
I can see that.
I can see somebody doing a plan like that to try to get above and try to destroy 50 as a, because 50 did with Ja Rule situation. So Game could see it as like, let me do what 50 did to Ja to him, so I can become bigger and destroy the whole thing.
That makes sense. I mean, especially with Game's history. How much
Flip-flop.
he's so like all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
And they're two alphas too.
Yeah.
So.
But here's the thing: he could have been G-Unit West, Black Wall Street, do your own thing. Like you could have been on G-Unit West with whoever else, Spider Low, 40 Glock, whoever else was getting signed at the time. And I know Game was signing an Arizona artist.
That was a whole, oh my God. Yo, I'm telling you, there's so many layers.
Yeah,
It's like
this is crazy, bro.
Like one of my interviews could be like 10 fucking hours. Like we really hit. And like, that's why, it's hard to do interviews because I can go in so many directions. Like literally there's so much shit happening at once. Like, because there's layers that I haven't. I told you earlier about the guy Willie North Pole. That's a whole nother layer. I don't know if you saw, because he did a bootleg cab interview.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it.
No.
I'll send it to you so you can check it out, because he intertwines his story, because he was connected to me at that point. But I don't want to like I don't want to do. We can
Yeah.
connect this later, but he's another layer of that story, and yeah, it's like the fucking Marvel universe of shit. That's
Yeah.
that's
No, no,
going
you
on.
definitely. I mean, you've been in it right when like it was like popping off at that moment. It was crazy. A
It was
lot of shit was
wild.
happening.
It was wild. I'm talking about
So
yeah.
yeah, you got Mob Deep drop. Then they're trying to figure out Be Easy. They push it. They put the budget
So
August 2006.
another story. Damn, these stories. Another crazy fucking story, man. So remember, I told you nothing's been signed.
Oh, so you're not even.
I could have almost got sent. I got sent home.
Oh shit.
Nothing was signed at this point. I had no deal.
The album
Album's
was
done.
finished, everything, and you're talking to Jimmy Iovine, not even signed yet.
Not signed yet.
That's
the deal's not done yet.
crazy.
So let me mix it to another little story. So with Interscope, so they have these artist showcases. Are you familiar with like the showcases of artists? Like when you have a new artist on a label, the label will do these showcases where they perform in front of everybody, and you know what I'm saying, they perform the new music, see what their performance style is, you know what I'm saying, and all.
It's like that Bobby Shmurda clip where he was that type of stuff. That's more like Office.
Well, yeah, that was more of like a closed off thing, but this is like an event. So like they booked it might have been the Mandarin Oriental, or it was some big hotel, in Miami, and it was a artist, not conference, a showcase. So like I think like Busta Rhymes and them had a new artist, and like I think Pharrell and them had a new artist. It was just all the new artists, and so they all go out there and we all perform, right? So we're building up to this fucking thing. Again, album's done, no deal signed, everything's cool. So leading up to this shit, we're in the house. I might have told this story on Queens Flip, but we're in the house, and you familiar with Hove?
Hovain?
Hove. It was 50. It was so Hove was the guy that ran. He managed the house, 50's house. He was like 50's boy from Southside. But his name is Hove, not Hovain, but his name is Hove. Anyway, he managed the house there, so he was like the guy like taking care of the bills and getting the maids to come in and make. So he was just the manager of the house, kind of thing. You can call him his assistant. So at this time, again, I'm living there. So you can't have girls in the house, right? That was forbidden. Okay. So, and 50 made that very clear. But, at this time, 50 was going overseas and shit, and he was doing. So there was times, because I didn't have my passport at the time. I'm still on probation, and I still owe $42,000. I'm going to keep telling you this shit, because you'll forget. Like, I'm not free of this.
Yeah, I forget.
And I hadn't even told him this shit yet. So I ended up telling him, I was like, hey, man, by the way, because I had to get my passport and I had to tell him.
Oh, what do you say? What was the
He was like, he was mad. He was like, yo, you didn't tell me this. I was like, hey, man. See, I wanted to have enough skin in the game before I told him. I didn't want to tell him out the gate. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, shit, take your motherfucker. I don't want to deal with him. You're not a fucking problem.
Yeah.
So once I told him, he was like, all right, cool, fuck it. Album's done, everything. He's like, all right. So linked up with his lawyer. We started figuring that shit out. Oh, God, I got to go to another lane on that story, too. So anyways, so 50 goes overseas. I think he went to London. He did some shit overseas. So we're in the house by ourselves, right? So me and a couple artists from Arizona, my boy Carnegie, Willie. Again, that's a whole nother Marvel Universe thing that this is going to be a 45-hour interview if I go into it. But we'll get to it if you want to make this a thing, right? Yeah. So the guy Hove, the manager of the house, so we go to a strip club. So here's the thing. There was these strip clubs. We would go to the strip club. They all knew him. So they knew he lived at 50's house. So we would get the strippers, and then we would end up bringing the whole fucking strip club back to the house, right? So we did this a couple of times, right? We blowing strippers' backs out, you know what I'm saying? Wilding, getting drunk. They had that Patron Cafe. I don't know if you had the coffee Patron.
Nah, hell.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you drink, but it was a good ass. They had like cases of that shit. We would get fucked up off the Cafe Patron, nigga, and Bacardi, and just fucking strippers, just being wild, right? Now, mind you, I'm taking his lead, so this isn't I'm not quarterbacking this shit. This is him. So I'm like, okay, well, if anything go down, it's gonna be on, it's him. Like this is his shit. So it's me, him, Kai. You know what I'm saying? So we doing this. So one time we bring these girls back, we fuck them, cool. So when you come into the gate, you gotta sign in because there's a security guard, there's an armed security guard. So there's a log who comes in, who leaves, all that. So these strippers will follow us back. You know what I'm saying? So they're logged in. We fuck them, they leave. Somebody didn't log out. Right? Some girl didn't leave. So I don't know how this happened. Some girl didn't leave. It became a thing, right? To where, I don't know. I think the girl's mom called him, Hove, and was like, "Where's my dog?" It became a fuck. This is exactly why 50 said don't bring bitches back to his mansion. Because again, he's smart. Like he moves the right way. He has bulletproof cars, bulletproof vests. He
That's
moves.
a big ass mansion. You can get lost in that.
Exactly.
Easily.
We didn't know what happened to the girl, right? The shit ends up getting back to 50. He comes back. This shit hit the newspapers in Connecticut, right? It didn't blow up, but it was like some girl. But I think she ended up like running through the woods. It was like some weird fucking shit. But it was some shit, basically some shit we weren't supposed to be doing, and some shit happened. You know what I'm saying? 50 comes back, calls us all in for a meeting, He's like, yo, what the fuck's happening? Like, basically, like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Like, you trying to get me caught up? Like, this could turn into a rape case. You don't know what. It could turn into a kidnapping. It could turn into anything. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, it didn't. So I'm in there, and I'm just sitting there like, all right, well, this nigga, Hove is the guy that quarterbacked it. Like, I went along with it, but I didn't. This fucking bitch ass nigga, right? He blames me.
What?
He put this shit on me, right? This nigga, Rod, and I remember I'm looking, and he's saying this, and I'm like, and I'm shocked, right? I'm like, wait, I'm like, what? So it gets put on me, right? And I think he told him behind the scenes. It wasn't it was something. He ended up telling him, 50 calls me in. He's like, all right, you fucked up. So listen. So mind you, at this time, I've been rehearsing for the whole. I think it was Miami, the Miami show. It was either Miami or Orlando, the showcase. We're rehearsing, trying to get shit done, whatever. He was like, hey, sending you home, back to Arizona. You better be fucking ready for the showcase. All right? He was like, you better be ready. You better be out there rehearsing. You better know your records, all this shit. I'm not going to help you. You're going to fly back out there. I think it was like maybe about a week or two out. And you better fucking kill this shit, right? I'm like, fuck. So he sends me and my Arizona boys back to Arizona. No deal is signed.
Oh, that's scary. Yeah, that's.
I have no deal signed, right? So I'm like, fuck. And I just fucked up. So I ended up telling him, like, yo, man, I didn't do this shit. So I ended up fucking Tekashi 69 in on this fucking dude. I'm like, hey, I'm like, this nigga got the strippers, you know what I'm saying? So he was like, look, man, he's like, I don't know what, but listen, just you going home. We're going to figure it out. I think he sent Hove home too. So I'm like, all right, go back to Arizona. Figure it out. Da-da. Rehearsing. Boom, boom. Okay, I'm like, yeah, da-da. Cool. Go out to Florida. Get to the hotel, meet up with 50. My lawyer's out there. Boom. This got to be like May or something. Whenever I signed it, because BZ dropped in August, so this had to be like May, June, something like that, right? I think I finally did the deal in May, if I'm not mistaken. My lawyer calls me down to the lobby, right? He's like, yo, come down. Go down to the lobby. This motherfucker has a briefcase. He's like, all right, we got the deal done. He opens the case and shows me the goddamn contract. I'm like, oh, where? He's like, so I have instruction from 50. If you blow this performance, that we're ripping the contract up, and you're going home.
What?
I said, shut the fuck up.
That is insane, bro.
I'm telling you, this is a fucking movie. I'm
Yeah,
sure that
that's
it's like
insane.
this was a reality show.
That is crazy. That's an insane amount of pressure.
The pressure was like insane, right? I'm like, for real? He was like, yeah, man. He's like, you gotta kill the performance, man. I'm like, damn. All right, yeah, I'm gonna kill this shit. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. So it was me and one of my boys, because he was gonna be my hype man. So I'll go back to the room. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. Boom, boom, boom. 50 comes up there. Yo, you ready? You ready for this shit? I'm like, yeah. He was like, all right. He leaves. I go to the mini bar. I'm like, I gotta get fucked up right now, man, because my nerves is bad. Like I'm like like everything's riding. You gotta think. I went out there late January. We're in May, June-ish. We're in summertime. I'm like, this could all be for nothing. I could literally fuck this performance up and go back home and like, fuck. So I'm like, I get fucked up. I start getting rap, boom, boom, boom. We performing, took the edge off, boom, boom. Cool. The performance is that evening. All right, we go down. Finally, all right, cool. I'm the headliner.
Oh, damn.
So you had Busta, his people, Pharrell and them had some people there. They had some other artists, whatever. So there's probably like, I don't know, whatever. Let's say 4 or 5 people in front of me. Guess who goes before me, man? Guess who decides who wasn't supposed to perform, but decided to perform before me? Busta Rhymes and fucking Split.
Oh my God, they kill on stage too. They know exactly what they're doing on stage too, man.
Yo, I'm backstage, right? Busta Rhymes performs for like a fucking hour. They're throwing the mics back and forth. Like, Busta Rhymes, and I'm sitting there going, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" Like, that's like going on after DMX.
Oh,
I'm like, yo, so this motherfucker's performing. So 50 comes back. He's like, 50's like, yo, this nigga Busta tripping, right?
man. You know that shit's too much.
He's like, yo, this nigga's wilding. So 50 was like, yo, he's like, all right, yeah. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm out. So he's like, I gotta go up there with you. So he's gonna be my other hype man, right? So I don't know if you saw those pictures, but I'll send them to you. Maybe you want to put them in there, but I'm like, all right, fuck. He goes. So 50's my hype. So he goes out there first, gets the crowd hype. Because again, we got to battle this fucking Busta Rhymes performance this hour concert this nigga just put on. And so he goes out there. I come out there. I'm drunk as hell, but I'm on point though. You know what I mean? I'm not like a sloppy. Go out there. We do the shit. Boom, boom. Killing that shit. Boom. I'm in a flow state. Boom. Bouncing off each other. Bah, bah, bah. Dude, I think we did like 4 songs. Then I did like Be Easy, Chase the Cat, Rock to It, and I think another one. Probably did like a 4 or 5 song set, right? Bodied it. Standing ovation, right? Killed it. I mean, Pharrell came up to me, said, "Yo, you dope as hell." Busta. It was like the end of the movie where like you're like, "Yo, you succeeded." The lawyer came up to me. He's like, "Oh, you got the deal." Like, I'm like, man, what the fuck is that? Yo, he was like, yeah, like a scroll. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, yo,
That's hilarious.
he was like, I'm like, and like, this is like a slow motion, like time stopped. Like, it was like, came this far to get to, like, almost fucked this shit up. Man, that shit was crazy. So at that point, the deal was secured, right? And now we locked in. Right?
So you got the budget. What Mike Nas is complaining about, you got the budget.
I got the budget.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, these motherfuckers were salty. Like they,
Yeah, I know.
like
He complained about
it was like they know they were salty. There was, don't get me wrong, it was cool, but it was just a little tension. Like, why is he getting fast tracked? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like, what? This doesn't make sense. So I get it. You know what I mean? They're territorial, tribal.
course, yeah.
You know, who's this fucking guy that no one knows is now getting the budget?
And it's, the West Coast part plays with it because of game, the whole situation with game. It's
Game
like,
thing. Yeah.
I'm sure they looked at a little bit sideways with Spider Loc and even 40 Glock. They probably looked at them a little bit sideways because
No,
it's still they didn't
I don't think so.
because they're
Be-
from the West Coast too. So it's like,
yeah, but because so Spider Loc, he's a Crip, and Game's blood. So Spider Loc was like the L.A. You know, I'd say the protection of like the on that side. It was like, okay, so there was a mutual understanding, and Spider Loc's a fucking super gangster. You know what I'm saying? So you still had that element where they connect. You see what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
Aside from the West Coast, portion of it, they had the gangster portion, and he was bringing them out there, and they had the whole hood, and so it was like, all right, yeah, we respect you, and he was against Game, so he was like Game's op. You know what I mean? So that's where their thing was. Me, I'm coming in there. I'm just some nigga over here. I'm not coming in with. I'm not a gangster. You know what I'm saying? They don't know me. So if I came into it and I was a super gangster, you know what I'm saying? I came in, I had tattooed teardrops, I had a gang, and they knew I killed people and shit. They probably would have been like, oh, okay, we have a street connection to this nigga. You know what I'm saying? But there was no street connection. It was just like, who's this party guy that we don't know that's getting the budget? Like, what are you doing?
that, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
That's okay.
That was the tension. We didn't have that. Again, people got cool as it went on, but it was still kind of like, who is this nigga? But they couldn't do shit because 50, we were like this.
Yeah, 50% is all. Yes.
I'm living with him. We're going to meet. Like, he was pushing. Like, you can't fuck up. He's the boss, and I was like his like sidekick.
Yeah.
So I never had any issues. You see what I'm saying? Because of that connection. So, but yeah. So got the deal.
Was it do you remember if it was like a 3 album deal, 4 album deal?
So the standard deal was it was 6 albums.
6 albums.
Yeah, it was 6 albums.
And was that contract like even with Gino? Like it was still
Nah, that was something else because Gino was a whole separate thing.
okay.
The
So
Interscope
that
thing ended
contract
up
got. Oh
dissolving.
yeah, because that was under Interscope. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they
then
ended
that got
up-
dissolved, and then Gino was the next kind of leg.
yeah, that was the next wave, of shit, when I went to the dance route and all that.
So yeah, okay. You got the deal done, officially signed. How does that now? You feel like everything's ready to go. You got the album done. You signed. Single, Be Easy,
Be Easy, we got Mary on it.
Mary J. Blige.
Um, I'm still uneasy because Be Easy, the single, I want to chase the cat. But it's like, fuck it, we're going to go through with it. Mind you, I'm still on probation. and this shit is crazy. I'm still on probation. And I'm doing all this shit on probation, and my PO, my probation officer, thinks I'm still in Sacramento. Right? I ended up going on MTV, right? I think was it TRL or it was one of them shows, right? What's TRL? What's the other one?
They had TRL. They had a Sucker Free.
I don't know if it was Sucker Free. It was one of them. Let's just say TRL. We go in there. That's when I had like the red, G-Unit thing with the gloves.
Oh, yep.
And 50 was, all that shit, and Banks and all that. Do that, boom. So do that performance. That comes on TV and all that. Probation officer calls.
He's like, who the fuck is on MTV? Isn't this guy supposed to be in Sacramento?
This motherfucker called, man. He's like, yo, I gotta violate you, man. I'm like, he's like, yo, where are you in New, like, what? Because he didn't know anything.
Yeah.
I can't tell him, you know what I mean? So he was like, yo, so I hadn't got my money yet. So we're still waiting, the deal's like still waiting on the wire and all that. So that hadn't happened. So I had to fly back to SAC. I got violated. I got 30 days, but they like cut it down. But I had to do I was picking up trash on the fucking freeway. So I'm hot rod with G-Unit with an orange vest on the freeway picking up trash and shit.
Yeah, so your life was like going completely opposite on some days. It was like a totally different world.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this shit was weird as fuck.
That's crazy.
So like, I'm on TV, but I'm picking up trash over here. Like it was like we're cleaning up homeless camps and shit. Yeah, it was like the grimiest, fucking crazy. So I get violated by my probation officer because I was on MTV, and he had no idea. And he said the whole probation office they were watching the shit, and they said, I forget what his name. Let's call him Timmy. It's like, yo, Timmy, ain't that your wait, is that your guy? Ain't that dude? And so he said he didn't want to violate because he fanned out.
Oh, okay.
He was like he had to because his boss saw it. So he was like, I can't let you go. Like you were on fucking TV. Like, anyways, that was an interesting story. So I do all that shit. So I end up getting my bread because what I said before, I said I have to get a record deal. I got to get this money in a wop, a big wop for me to pay that off. So I got my bread, paid my restitution off in one wop, the 42. Boom, they looked at me like I was crazy. Like, he was like, you paying this shit off? I'm like, yeah, you know. Yeah. So paid that shit off. And then got the lawyer on it, got me off probation, got my record, got it, the felony reduced to a misdemeanor, and then got it expunged.
Wow.
So I was all good.
Yeah. Damn, that's dope.
Law of attraction.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm telling you, that shit is fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
If you don't believe in the law of attraction, kill yourself. Well, let me not say that. I don't mean that.
No, I agree because it's like it's law of people don't man they don't believe this shit, man. And there's a perfect story of like it's literally a lottery story.
Yeah.
Like getting a call like that is like somebody calling you and be like, your ticket is a winning ticket. Like you just made $10 million like that. Like it's just crazy.
Because it wasn't like I was in the town selling mixtapes out my trunk, popping like Cash Money or something. You know what I mean? Like I didn't have my city buzzing like, oh yeah, he's the biggest. No, I got the demo was in his fucking CD spindle, and he heard it and he called me and I flew out the next day. Like I'm telling you, that shit. That's some real shit. That's some real shit. So yeah, so I paid all that shit off. So now we're in go mode, and now we're rolling out. We're doing like we did the AOL sessions. You know, you saw that. We you know, shot the video. We're basically just in, you know, go mode, you know, doing everything, you know, having meetings at Interscope, doing all that shit. And we're figuring out, you know, when to drop the single, blah blah blah. Cool. So yeah, we finally dropped the single. You know, and it's doing cool, you know what I mean? It hit the charts here and you know, but it didn't do what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, so when did you guys figure out at what point where you're like, okay, this did not work?
I think we was working it. I did a promo tour, you know, do the West Coast promo tour, you know, LA, you know, all the way up, just up the whole coast, all the way up to like Washington and Oregon, all that shit. And we're pushing it. We're doing meeting with the, you know, the radio, you know, guys, and we did that for about, I think like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know. We probably was pushing it. I don't know, maybe a couple months, maybe something. But you know, we just saw that it just wasn't. You know, it just didn't. It did what it was supposed to do because it wasn't like the lead single. It just wasn't.
Yeah, I think it would have been better a third or fourth single.
Third or fourth, once you're already established, cool. But you know, that first one, especially an unknown guy, you know, that came out of nowhere that 50 just took a liking to and started pushing. That fucking first single has to be a banger. It has to be Chase the Cat. Yeah. As soon as it comes on, you're like,
that beat is crazy too. Yeah, like it's something different. I was like, and that's what I'm saying. That style of G, when I was moving towards that way as a fan, I was like, this is the right direction because of everything else that's going on. Right. And you know, the whole shift was, everybody says that the shift in hip hop was 50 versus Kanye. Once Kanye beat 50, the whole shift started going towards the backpack rap, you know, the more, you know, all like Lupe Fiasco, Conscious, like all kinds of different style, like that type of style. Now, no more shooting, gangsta, and all this other stuff. Right. So that's why I was like, I think G Unit dropped the ball on you specifically because you was that fresh new sound that I, as a fan, was excited about because I was like, 50 gets it. I was like, 50 understands where this is heading way before it's even starting to head there.
Yeah.
And yeah, so what happens?
It was that. It was. Goes back to that fucking. So it goes back to that Jimmy Iovine, 50 Cent, back of the truck, Beverly Hills, listening to the album, and I didn't say shit. I truly believe if I was like, yo, nah, fuck that, nah, chase the cat, go back to chase the cat, go back to chase the cat, boom. This has to be. If I pled my case, you know what I'm saying, like I should have been more behind myself, you know what I'm saying, and more believed in myself instead of just going, oh, they're richer and but I like they like me for a reason. So here's the advice. Like, so as an artist, you have to truly know yourself and don't shortchange yourself. Like, you have to truly believe that you get it. You know what I mean? And don't back down to somebody because of their position or whatever, because only you know you and how you can sell yourself. So don't do what I did. Like, don't not say shit. Like, you have to actually speak up for yourself and as an artist. And so that's one thing I would have, obviously in hindsight, would have changed, would have been like, speak up for myself. And if they said no, I could have lived with that at least.
Yeah, at least you said something, you know.
You know what I'm saying? But the fact that I pussied out and I justified because they are rich and all that, you know.
I mean, you were young too, and it's a new
Yeah.
thing, and it's like, you know, you can't really blame yourself too much. But I you know, yeah, if you would have said something, potentially something would have changed. But if Jimmy Iovine's behind it, even 50, even if, I mean, 50's actually kind of, you know, he was leaking. They were screwing up the Massacre release at a certain point. He had to leak Disco Inferno.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he had to like leak it just to get Interscope to push him and get it behind him, because it's like they weren't believing him after he dropped Give It Your Die Trying. They were having issues with him. It's like, what are you doing? As a label, Interscope was kind of reactive and not proactive a lot of the
100%.
time. So
And there's a lot of politics going on there.
yeah, so you know, at that time, 50 was doing the whole Jimmy Interscope, I'm the boss, like, you know, F Jimmy and all this, and there's probably tension there, and that probably played a role in how much Jimmy was willing to push, you know, anything G Unit related to, because of also the game situation. Now, 50 has a great point of, you know, they were pushing G Unit and G Unit at the
Yeah,
same
because
time.
they was making bread off both
Yeah,
sides.
so it's like, how much, be easy, to be honest with you, any record can be a hit, depends how much money you're putting behind it, I think. Because there's records that I've heard that are garbage, they just get played so much on the radio to the point where it's like, all I
Yeah.
do is hear this shit.
True.
And it's a bad
Yeah.
record. It's not a good song.
Yeah.
I think Be Easy, it's not a terrible song. Is it the greatest song? No. But it could pass to where if you push enough, it would have been at least a top 40 hit,
Yeah.
which is,
You would have to go into the red, like deep in the red to get there. Like, depending on the quality of the record, depends on how much money you have to put behind it. If it's a hit, you know, it won't have to take 30 million to fucking do it.
exactly, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it would have had to take hell of fucking money to fucking get that.
Because
record.
I, as a G Unit fan, I didn't hear Be Easy. Like, I didn't hear it till later on. So it's like, it didn't even reach the hardcore fans. It didn't. A lot of, actually, at that time, Banks' album, Rotten Apple, Buck the World, a lot of them were getting not pushed the way they were supposed to. Like, Rotten Apple should have been pushed way better. It did not perform nowhere near what Hunger for More did. Same with Buck the World.
But that was another thing. See, he fucked up. Banks fucked up. You know that story with that album, right?
Yeah, the first version of the album, he had
He left it at the fucking
yeah,
stripper's house.
yeah. But that first version wouldn't have not. I think this second version was better than the first.
But that's not the point. So check this out, right? So up to that point, so remember what the recipe or the blueprint was. 50, yeah, Give It Your Die Trying, right? And then you moved into the G Unit album, right? And then we hit him with Banks' album, right? So now, radio-wise, you got 50 on these singles. Everything was intertwining. There was never a break, right? It was like the G Unit album. Then you had Bank single comes out, and then you have his whole album run. But then you got G-Unit on some of his albums and back into some of the videos, you might have another song. So it was always interweaving with each other to where, remember, on the radio, like if you're on the radio, you're popping. If you're not on the radio, you're not popping, right? You go into Buck's album, right? And then you got, remember at the was that at the back of one of I'm a certified gangster.
Yeah.
And then, and then you're introducing the next project, right? Then you got Yayo.
Yeah.
Comes in, 50's on So Seductive, boom.
That makes sense, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Then you had, when the game was
before Yayo.
Game,
yeah.
Excuse me. So you got Game.
Then Master,
50.
then 50, yeah.
So then you got that. Then so you got Yayo, and then was it Massacre came after Yayo?
Before. Massacre was March 2005. Yayo was August 2005.
Okay, Massacre.
Then
boom.
Yayo.
This is all
intertwined, yeah.
G-Unit, right? Yayo.
Then you got Mob Deep.
Then you got 50 on the Mobs, right? That's getting radio play. G-Unit's on the radio this whole time, right? Now this is supposed to now
break that.
Bleed in. So now you got that. Now it's supposed to bleed into me. See, right? So now I'm coming in, right?
Breaking that button.
Now, so it's supposed to be me, then Banks, right?
Yeah.
My shit don't hit. So as mine's not hitting, they want to hit the button on Banks because you have to keep G-Unit in the radio, on the radio waves, to keep the relevancy there. Because if you drop off to the casual listener, you fell off. So that first album, we supposed to go with that. The fucking shit leaks. I think what the DJ name was Big Mike or something. I think he leaked it. I could be wrong. So it leaks. So he has to re-record a whole new album. And if you remember, there was no G-Unit on the radio.
Yeah, for a good minute.
Right?
Yep.
You got Game, 300 bars.
Yeah, all that shit.
So what does that look like?
Yeah.
That Game destroyed G-Unit.
Yeah.
He did a lot of damage. We're not going to go back and forth about that. He did a lot of damage.
I think
And-
a lot played into that, though. I think
No, a lot played into it, but he did his job, like what he was trying to do.
Nah,
Right.
I think three things. So Game was the third piece. I think the first piece was, and this is the most crucial piece to me,
Yeah.
Shaw Money leaving and having to eventually fall out with 50. Because
Okay.
Shaw Money,
That was a piece,
the
yeah.
second Shaw Money left, no project started coming out. It was just 50, but before I self-destruct. Banks did HFM2. After that, that was the last ever. There was a
Yeah,
whole
'cause he
age
was-
gaps of, like, I mean, not age gap, but years of gaps with no projects coming out. And
Yeah.
when Shaw was there, every year there was at least 2 or 3 G-Unit projects coming out.
Yeah.
The second,
So-
after the Mob
okay.
Deep, Blood Money, Shaw said that he was having issues with 50 around that time.
Yeah, they started,
Yeah, and then Buck was cool with Shaw. He was siding with him. 50 was having issues with Buck because the whole IRS taxes thing.
the
So then
300,000.
you have the CEO, the president of G, not the owner, but the president of G Unit, Shaw Money,
Yeah.
not being able to do his job because the boss, the owner, is having issues with him. So that intertwines into, and then you have the Jimmy Iovine calling him, "Fuck
Iovine.
Jimmy, I don't work for nobody."
Yeah.
And then it goes to Game.
Then Game was there to clean it all up.
So, and here's the thing about the Ja Rule thing. People always give 50 the credit and say that he destroyed Ja Rule, but no, Murder Inc. was going through a whole federal investigation.
Yeah. Yep.
That's another huge thing that played into Murder Inc.'s
Oh, yeah,
downfall
100%.
as well, because now you got to think Ja Rule can't speak how he normally speaks. He can't defend himself. There's a whole year where he couldn't say anything of 50. So all that plays into role. Same with the Game situation. Game took advantage of knowing probably the behind the scenes things were starting to really get bad. Us as fans, we don't know shit. Now we find out decades later, but we don't know shit that's going on behind the scenes. We think it's just like, hey, radio, it's getting fucked up and all that. And
So yeah, the planets were aligned like for, in the wrong waveform.
yeah.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, that's definitely a layered situation.
And that screwed you in the end because, like, with Shaw leaving, 50's with Game situation, he's already messed up from that. He's like, man, all that shit happening. then Jimmy's probably not pushing your record like he would have if things were going smooth and how,
Right.
you know.
Right.
So I think, like I said, I think Be Easy is not that bad of a record. I think it's a good record.
It's cool.
It definitely deserves at least third or fourth single, or at least on the album, you know.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
So if Jimmy would have put more money, I don't know what the budget was, probably 400, 500, a million,
Something like that.
you know. If they would have put more money behind it, it would have at least done top 40, at least.
Possibly, yeah.
And top 40 is that's good for your first. Then you go in second one, Chase the Cat, probably do top 20, top 10, who knows, and then you move from there. Because usually the first single, like Justin Bieber, the first single, they had to push. He's a new artist. Nobody knows him. Push. It took a while. And then finally, once the first record got going, the second, third, like it takes time for that shit to, trickle on. Because I didn't hear about, like I said, as a fan, when that song came out, 2006, I was young as fuck. I was 11, 12. But I was on the internet. I knew what the hell I was listening to. I knew exactly what was dropping. That just flew over my head, man. I heard about you like first, like actually listen to you, bump my shit. That was like the moment.
That was the first joint?
Yeah. I heard Chase the Cat here and there, but I heard so many different mixes that like I didn't know. I heard Get Down as well. Get Down.
Yeah, that was
record.
mixtape. That was mixtape.
Yeah,
joint,
so I heard those records, but like I didn't know like, oh shit, this is the new G Unit act. And then once I heard Bump My Shit, I heard your other music. I was like, okay, this is the fresh sound that the 50 was pushing. Because I was watching XXL, I was going a little bit back, and I was like, okay, so now this is the sound that 50's pushing. And then all the other, it's like, I'm waiting for Fast Lane, it's coming soon.
Yeah, coming soon.
Yeah, and I'm like, what is going on? And then, so then the whole TOS, Buck ends up leaving, and so as fans, we're like, what's going on there? And then, so it's not, I don't think it's 100% the single fault, if from a fan perspective.
Yeah, there's a lot to it, definitely, because we shot the Rock to It video. Did you know that?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
And that never came out?
So we shot Rock to It, Broadway.
Oh, dope.
So he was doing the 3D shit, like the animations and all that. So it was gonna be an animation. It was cool. It was like it's supposed, So he was working on it, and it just never, and like just everything just crumbled at that point. Like it just kind of just was like. So I'm thinking, all right, cool. We're gonna go with Rock to It. All right, let's do that. Then he just never finished the video. Like it just never. So I don't know. Maybe the budget got cut or whatever happened. It just whatever. But we had a whole shoot, green screen, had the models, did all that, and it just never. So there's a Rock to It video out there somewhere.
That's crazy.
Broadway probably still got the files. Damn. So it just like all just fizzled away because it just didn't.
Yeah, but to your credit, like going over the story, so first single doesn't perform like it was supposed to. Album gets pushed back with the 2007 release, but no official date. It's like, hey, it's coming 2007, right? And this time, you want to talk about the London incident where?
Oh yeah, yo, that shit.
So this is February 2007.
So February 2007. So at this point, so I think the vibe was, shit ain't. We're still there. I ended up I'm at the office because this just kind of just happened out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm at the office. We're still kind of in limbo, and it's just weird at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, single hasn't performed. We're kind of in this weird limbo period. Yayo couldn't go to London, right? They wouldn't let him in.
Because of his charges?
I think it's because of his charges, something like he couldn't get a visa or something. Okay. So I'm in the office just like doing whatever I'm doing, and 50's there. He finds out, so he was like, "Yo, Rod, you got your shit ready and all, He was like, "Oh, wait, so he can't come? Yayo can't go?" He said, "All right, Rod, you got your shit? All right, yeah. Have Rod will come. Rod will be my hype man. Get him the track list." So it just happened like that, right? I'm like, yo, what? And I want to say we flew either the next day or the day after, right? Something. It was very soon. They print out this fucking 30-song track list or whatever it was, right? It's like, you learn this shit. I'm like, all right, cool. All right. London, Hammersmith, fucking, I think that's like 5,000-6,000, I want to say. capacity, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. And what the fuck? I had to learn this track list. So I go back. I'm fucking listening to all these songs. Now I'm trying to like cramming for a test because 50, he'll rap the first whatever, and then he won't. And it's my job to hit every fucking end of the bar.
Yeah.
Right?
Yayo always. Yeah.
Yayo, yeah, they got their shit. So this is my first time doing this shit. You know, well, we did the showcase and all that, and we did AOL sessions and all that, but this is like a show, like, you know what I'm saying? Man, we get to London, you know, get ready to do the show. I'm hyped. I'm like, yeah, I'm ready. I feel like I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get this shit cracking. Go out. All right, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna go out there, you're gonna hype up the crowd. You know, so we had the whole little thing going. Went out there, hyped the crowd up. Cool, had my shit ready. Boom. All right, cool. Yeah. So here's the thing too, right? So 50 he doesn't have liquor or anything in the green room. So when I perform, I need to take the edge off. You know what I'm saying? Cause you know, my nerves be going and shit. I need something to drink. You know what I'm saying? Give me a couple shots, whatever, some warm tequila or something. Give me something.
Yeah.
So no drink. Oh God. So my nerves is crazy. I'm like, fuck it. So I'm going out there stone cold sober performing, which I don't do. I used to just have the edge off or something just to be a little relaxed. And then once I get into it, I'm good. Go out there, intro, you know, tuning in the house, boom, 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 do all that shit. Everybody going crazy. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Everything's amazing. 50 come out, boom. We start performing. You know what I'm saying? We hitting the shit. Now, man, them mics wasn't working, man. I'm telling you, the fucking mic was going out. Now, don't get me wrong, I was missing a couple of the words and shit, but like, cause it was if I can't. No, that's the song he did after. So what was the song before it?
Wankster?
It was Wankster. And then you went Wankster. So he's saying it. So I'm in the middle of it. Cause you know it was like pop something. Like the words they got, it started fucking with my brain. Like, cause it all sounds the same. So I'm like, am I gonna fuck this next? I started overthinking it. Right? And then when I'm saying some of the words, I feel like the mic's not working. I don't know, it could be in my head fucking with me. So I'm going, so then you makes the something. So he would stop and then they would drop the music and then you wouldn't hear nothing.
Oh, that's the worst. Dude.
So I'm fucking up the performance at this point.
Was that Who Kid doing that too?
Huh?
Was that Who Kid doing that too?
Yeah, Who Kid. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Who Kid was there.
Yeah, he set that up. He was like,
oh yeah, yeah. You know what? He probably fucked me.
Yeah, he probably. Yeah.
Yo,
that's hilarious. Who Kid's funny like that?
I never thought about that.
Who Kid's hilarious like that.
I wonder if he fucked me.
Yeah, if he shut it off every time you're supposed to say something.
No, did he? I wondered. I gotta. Yo, cause Who Kid was a funny nigga too.
Yeah, no, he would troll like that.
He was a funny nigga.
Yeah.
He was a little shady. He was cool. I liked his personality and shit, but he was a little shady.
Yeah, he
could have fucked me.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
So yeah, he was dropping it. Shit went and I can tell 50's getting annoyed because you know we won't boom, and I'm saying it. So I'm like, I don't think I'm fuck. And then I'm like. So it got to the point where it happened so many times. That's when he was like, yo, he's like, man, give me the fucking mic. Because we swapped the mics out. Did it again, boom, boom. Fucked it up, whatever. Didn't work. He's like, man, get the fuck off the stage. Boom, boom. Kick me off the stage in front of all these people. This is '07. So this is like, the shit wasn't going viral and shit like that. You know what I mean? At this time, like it wasn't as like easy, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the
like,
quality wasn't good on video.
Right, it wasn't. Yeah, you didn't have the 4K shit.
Yeah,
you know
like
what I'm saying?
people would have thought that was Yayo or somebody. Like
exactly, it was like 240p shit.
Yeah,
you know
like
what I'm saying?
Pixelated.
Yeah, it looked hella stupid, like some 1983 shit. So that was good because I was like, fuck. And so remember, it got kicked off the stage, went to the back, nigga. I was hot. I'm like, yo, man, fuck that shit, man. Like I'm like cursing in the back. It's like I'm hella mad because I'm like, yo, because it's embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? I got kicked off the stage. You know, I was like, yo, whatever. I think at one point this nigga threw some, like, he like had a water bottle. He like threw the water back, and like water got on us. I was hot, and I'm like, yo, and then so they calming me down and shit backstage, like, yo, we gotta chill out. But I'm just embarrassed. My ego's bruised. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And that was like essentially the first time you was performing with 50, like in front of
yeah.
him. Yeah.
So you gotta think a lot of shit's going through, man. You know, single didn't work. You know, this was like and this was a tour. There was like a few shows, like, so I was supposed to. So if I nailed that, that would have been like. But after I fucked that up, that was it. You know what I'm saying? So it was just a fucked up situation. You know what I'm saying? I was hot. I was super hot. That was like super frustrating. You know, so after the show, came back to the green room. I was hot, and you know, people was like, "Yo, man, you know, it wasn't personal, you know, but you know, this is gotta be prepared." And you know, he gave me a good little pep talk, basically like, "I don't hate you," you know what I'm saying, but it's a show. I gotta make the show, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get paid good money for this shit. I can't, you know. He didn't say that, but that's just, you know.
No, I mean that's you know.
That's the feeling of it, you know. So yeah, man. Got kicked off the stage. Was hot, man, and ended up going home. So I didn't do the other. He had a few more shows after that. But yeah, that was like.
That's crazy.
After that, that was like one of those. It just kind of like really fractured the shit. It was just like, you know what I mean? Like,
You think Chase the Cat? Why wasn't ever then Chase the Cat like pushed as a second single? What was because the first one didn't do good, or like
I think so.
Because you know, why not give it a second try? Like, why would the first song just be like, okay, that's it, you know, one shot, that's it?
So
I think Chase the Cat, like, had that been pushed, because that was the plan, second single, 50's on the hook. That record ended up getting used for G Unit themselves as a bonus cut on TOS too. So
this is what I think. I think, and it kind of goes back into my theory, back into he didn't want to put his name on something that may have flopped.
okay, yeah,
Right. So the first one, Beezy, you know, fails, flops, whatever. Paid $100K for Mary J.
Okay.
For that feature, for her video appearance.
Okay.
That's a huge chunk of the budget.
I'm surprised that 50 would, because like she's helped 50's helped her, so maybe she would have done a favor. Maybe it's the label probably asking for
Probably,
like,
you know. But that was a big chunk,
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
a
So
lot,
that was
man.
100. I think the video cost maybe 50, and then you got, you know, we paid for the beats of the album. So a lot of money was spent. You see what I'm saying? So I think it was like, if you're gonna push Chase the Cat, you're gonna have to spend. You're gonna have to put some money behind it too.
Yeah.
So I think they were like,
Yeah, but you got the album done, so all that money spent working on the album, it's like the album's done. Why not give it a?
why not? Right?
I didn't know
But
the album was done. Right now, you're telling me, because at the time as a fan, I'm thinking, I'm like, this album ain't done. They're just figuring out what the hell's going on with these songs. And
yeah, that shit was done immediately. And I was
you have
there.
that album?
I got it in a hard drive somewhere.
Oh my, you got like at least play that one time, bro. Like, I gotta hear that. That's something that I have.
I've lost a few hard drives. A lot of hard drives.
How many
got
records
fucked.
did you record with like 50 Banks, like all these people that were in junior? Like how many records? Like with 50, let's just say for example.
How many were 50?
Yeah, how many do you think you recorded that never came out?
Maybe 20, maybe 20, 30,
damn.
maybe.
Damn.
A lot of like not all of them were finished. You know, some
Yeah.
roughs here, some demos here. Like there was some he had that, you know, that I re-recorded because I liked the concepts, and so you know we were playing with a bunch of records.
Did they end up using any of the records from like Fast Lane or like on future projects or?
No,
Sometimes
but
you do that.
one of my records. So early on, when I was recording for Fast Lane, one of my records we gave to LL Cool J.
Bump This.
Bump This.
I love that record.
Yeah.
That was on Fast Lane?
Yeah. So that well, I recorded it
Damn.
for Fast Lane, right? So, and
That
that was
beat
one.
is
I think that was one of my producers too.
That
so
beat
I,
is crazy.
I recorded that crazy, right? I recorded that one. So 50 and LL are cool, right? So I recorded that joint, and then LL had dropped an album around that time. It was like this really like slow, weird, like it didn't have any bangers on it. Like it didn't have a single, right? He drops the album, and then I remember we were listening to it, and 50 was like, "Yo, this shit is like he like where's the bangers at?" He was like, "Man, we I do bump this. I have." And 50 came and listened to it. He's like, "Yo, this shit is crazy." He was like, "Yo, I got an idea. We can get you some publishing, get you on the radio." He's like, "Yo, I want to give this to LL." I'm like, all right. I'm like, shit, I'm cool with that. Mind you, I'm still.
Yeah.
I'm like, cool. And so that's he was telling me how the shit works with publishing and writing and all that. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm like, yeah. So he calls LL, and then, well, he shoots LL the record. We ended up going to the city to record the verses. Banks did his verse. That was another on the spot thing. I had to write. So I did another verse. So I remember I was the third verse. So I wrote a different verse on the spot in the studio in front of like Banks and all them. I was kind of nervous then. I was like, oh shit. And but yeah, so that record,
That would have been a crazy like single for your album too, man.
yo, I had
Like
bangers.
that's crazy,
I
man.
had some shit. I'm
Yeah, I
telling you,
heard
there's
Bump This and I was like, damn, LL sounded different. He's got like G Unit backing him now. I was like, what is going on?
yeah,
It was, yeah. And then you were on the record too. I was like, Hot Rod just appearing on this randomly. I'm like, 50's like probably placing, him in different spots. So I was
yeah,
like, that's crazy.
yeah,
But damn, man, that's
crazy,
I gotta hear Fast Lane. That's like an album.
man. Yeah,
That,
I'll see if I can retrieve it and I'll shoot it to you.
yeah, I
That's
gotta
some
hear that, man.
that's some
And
crazy shit, man.
Yeah, that
Like
album.
one of the so there's a record on my demo. The very first record on the demo, which 50, which really sold him. It was a song called "On Top." You ever hear about that?
no,
You haven't?
you got it.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot you some shit.
All right.
But the hook, so this was so the beat sounded like a mixture of "Bitch Get in My Car" and it was like "Bitch Get in My Car." It was like a G-Unit "Bitch Get in My Car," but kind of a remixy sounding beat, right? It's like when you hear it, you're like, I can hear it because it's kind of used kind of the same sounds, but it was a totally different beat. And the hook was like, "No more wanna ride on top, and they wanna bottom and not me on top. The only reason you with me is cause I'm on top. Now you wanna ride on fucking top, or is it cause I'm good man?" So it was a whole 50 sounding
Yeah, that sounds
hook,
like a good song.
right? Crazy record. That was supposed to be in one of the singles too. And so why did I bring that up? So on top,
Bump This, singles, pushing Fast Lane, Never
bump
Quit.
this. Um, I think that's might have been a sidebar. I had a reason to say that. But anyways, yeah. So bump this. So that was my first time on. I think Funk Flex dropped it in Hot 97.
Oh, it's the first time on radio where
That was my
Flex
first time
dropped.
on the radio. I was
Oh,
on
damn, that's dope. That's a hell of a way to be with LL Cool J, a legend like that. That's crazy.
the hotel. Yeah, I think I had a little screezy, little groupie in the hotel.
She was going crazy.
Yeah, and I was like, oh shit, turn that shit up. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
motherfucking radio shit.
That is dope.
Um,
Damn.
but yeah, uh,
Well, so 2007, you do the London show. That happens. Get sent back. Don't finish the rest of the shows. But you take matters into your own hands. So what you do in 2007, you drop 3 mixtapes.
yeah. No, was that '07?
Make Swagger, January 2007. The Pre-Fast Lane, March 2007. The Hitman, September 2007. I'm sure some tracks intertwine with each other because I know with mixtapes you were doing that a little bit. Some of the tracks that were like
Yeah.
on this tape was a little bit on this tape, and it was a little bit intertwined, not too much, but basically you dropped 3 mixtapes in the
Yeah.
span in all of 2007.
Yeah.
And I loved quite a few records on there. The Hitman artwork was really dope, so I used that as like the bump my shit artwork because I actually liked that artwork a lot too. It was dope.
Yeah, that shit was dope. Yeah.
Yeah, so trying to build a buzz going on. Then I think this is where you actually build your buzz, because the mixtapes did help because this proves it. In 2008, you drop Bump My Shit, and I like to fuck. So Bump My Shit
Yeah.
drops first. Your most viewed actual song on YouTube with a music video. It's like your official video.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's when it was dropping too at the time. Now this is where I kind of have a not really a relationship with you, but I knew you on YouTube. I was doing YouTube.
Okay.
This is 2007. I was doing fan-made G-Unit videos.
Yeah.
My friend Chris Lopez was doing the same thing.
Chris, shout out to Chris.
Yeah, and he ended up getting a job at G-Unit, and I think it was
Yeah.
because of you, because I was like, Hot Rod kept commenting on his shit, because back then on YouTube, you could actually comment on YouTube channels.
Yeah.
So, you know, you were commenting on his shit, you're like, damn, this is dope. Like, this guy, you know, you're killing it with these videos. So he, all of a sudden, like next week, I'm like, bro, you're at G-Unit, you're working at G. He's like, yeah, man, I'm at G-Unit now, you know, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's crazy, because that motivated me then to do more, because I was like, if somebody like that I just met online could get a job like that, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you helped him out with that, get him there, and then I was seeing you drop stuff, and I was like, damn, Bump My Shit is it.
Yeah.
Like, this is the record. Like, this is the one. And if you guys haven't heard Bump My Shit, please listen to that record. The flutes on that fucking record, Polo, is just knocked that shit out the park. You knocked it out the park. The video is crazy. Sergio killed it. What's the story behind the video? Because I know there's a crazy story behind it.
It's fucking crazy, man. So at this point, you know, the single had already flopped. So I'm in this limbo period. You know what I'm saying? So there's no more. It's not autonomous now. Now I'm not like going to meetings and shit. Now it's like, all right, you have to figure your own shit out. And so that's why I started doing the mixtapes and taking, you know, the beats, some of the beat CDs and shit like that, and just trying to create some records and just figure it out. You know what I'm saying? So had that Polo CD. There's like some Polo, some Timberland beats, and so I heard that Polo beat, record that shit. Now, during this time, so Maserati Fox is now in the picture, right? Maserati Fox got out of prison, so he's in the picture, trying to do his thing, and I ended up, where did I record that? I think I did Bump My Shit at one of his studios or something. And if you know Maserati Fox, this motherfucker, he got guns laying around and goons over here and bulletproof vests. Like it's like the grimiest shit ever. Did you ever hit the French Montana? Me,
Yeah,
French,
yep.
and Maserati,
Yeah.
Fox.
French was early on with G-Unit, doing a lot of stuff too. Yeah.
Me and French was running around back then. Like, so this is when French was, you know, Cocaine City and all that. And I was bringing him up to the office and shit. I did a bunch of, you know, I did a few joints with French, and French Montana crazy, like crazy ass hustle, man.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So we, you know, we had our own little shit, and he obviously, you know, blew up, rightfully so. He deserved all that. But so did Bump My Shit. So now I'm like, yo, this is a fucking hit, man. Like, we need to shoot this video. So get in contact with what's the fucking director's name again?
Sergio.
What?
I think it's Sergio. Yeah.
Nah, it was something. It was
Sergio, something like with the S. Gio.
because it says at the end, by what is
I
it?
swear that's that. I could be wrong, but I swear that's what it looks like. Let me see. Is that right?
Scenario.
Scenario. I'm not saying Sergio.
Scenario is
Scenario.
named. Yeah. Shot by Scenario. Yeah. So Scenario. So you know he was Scenario was a dope. I forget how I got connected with him, but like, he was like, he wanted to get in. He was doing his little grind shit too. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, "Fuck it, yeah, let's shoot the video. This shit is a hit," and kind of like auditioning, like, you know, shoot a dope ass video. 50's gonna see it, maybe he can get in and that. I think he ended up working with 50 and all that shit too. So Scenario. So check this shit out, man. So Scenario had all these different locations set up, right? So we had like a studio situation, like it was like you know, like they have those studio setups where they have different rooms and like little different colorful rooms, shit like that. You could shoot in different rooms. So he had that set up. He had another setup over here, whatever. So at this time, this is when we beefing with Jimmy Henchman. And think Yayo had slapped his son at this point, or Lodi Mac. Lodi Mac, Yayo's boy, slapped Henchman's son. And I don't know if Yayo's car got shot up already, or was this after or before. So me, oblivious, you know what I'm saying? We go shoot this first location, which is in Jimmy Henchman's fucking hood, right?
That's great.
I don't know this shit. And I'm just moving around on my own accord at this point, you know what I'm saying? So we pull up, we go to the location. I go in, all right, cool, scenario, cool. He's getting set up in the studio, you know, getting all the cameras set up. I'm like, cool, I'm getting my water and shit. Maserati Fox hit me. Yo, Rod. I'm like, yo, what's up? What's up? He's like, hey, nigga, what the fuck you doing? Like, he sound mad, right? I'm like, what's up? He's like, nigga, he's like, where you at? I'm like, I'm about to shoot this video. Nigga. Like, what you mean? He's like, nigga, you in whatever it was, whatever part of it's either Queens or Bronx, or it was one of the boroughs, right? Brooklyn. There you go, Brooklyn. Right in the heart of this motherfucker's hood. So I guess the word started getting around. There's a G-Unit nigga about to shoot a video in Henchman's hood, and some shit was about to go down.
And they probably thought it was a diss record because you're going to this hood and like
possibly. Yeah. They could have thought that. I don't know what they thought, but the word got back to Fox. You know, Fox is in the streets. He was like, I'm on my way, nigga. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, cool. So Maserati Fox, the fucking, you know, fucking G that this motherfucker is, has a Maserati, fucking like 4 or 5 car caravan. They all pull up to that area. Get out, yo, Rock, get over here, Rock. So I go to, it's like, nigga, come on, nigga. He's like, you trying to get killed? He was like, yo, this is Henchman's hood, nigga. Like, you know, it's like, this like, shit's hot, nigga. Like, shit's hot. Like these niggas could shoot this whole shit up right now. Like, I'm like, for real?
That's for real. Is it for real?
I'm like,
yeah,
oh,
oblivious
word.
completely to the whole situation.
I'm just trying to get this video shot. You know what I'm
for
saying?
real?
So he's like, nigga. So and they go off on Scenario, because Scenario's from out there. So they basically curse him out, like, nigga, you don't know what's going on. Like, you putting this nigga in danger. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I'm 50's investment, so it's like, I can't get shot. You know what I'm saying? So like Fox was just looking out, like, you know, like, this is a situation. So we all go, we pull up to like a neutral spot, get out the cars. Scenario like, man, we still gotta shoot this fucking video. So Fox was like, yo, we can go to my studio in the hood, put up some green screen and shit, and we can do like a lot of shots over there. So if you see the video, you know, where it's just a black background, that's in Fox's studio in the hood with a backdrop. You know what I'm saying? So that's, you know, you see Fox in there and all the goons.
Trav,
and
you got a bunch, yeah.
You got Trav, you know, Banks Brothers in there, and you know, so that's just all the goons. We just all went to the studio and we filmed a lot of those shots. And then later on we shot, you know, we had the Lambo, we shot some other shots within the next few days.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But it put a rift in the shit, because I was about to get killed by Jimmy Henchman and his fucking goons, because I was in the wrong fucking neighborhood. And Fox came and rescued me from that shit. Yo, that shit was crazy.
And Jimmy, here's the thing, the Jimmy Henchman thing is, that was 2007, that was when it's at its peak.
Yeah.
When 50 was shooting the Still Will Kill video, there's documents that came out later on that Jimmy Henchman was trying to kill 50 during that shoot.
Oh,
there was a silencers put on, and they were trying to, but it's just the timing, Akon was there too, so it was like a little, it was like a little tricky for them to try to get it, but they tried to, like, they were there at the shoot.
I never knew that.
Yeah, they were trying to kill him there. Ironically, the song is called "Still Will Kill." It's like, talk about like the video to actually do it at is insane. But
yo, that's crazy.
yeah,
I never knew that.
50's the Jimmy Henchman shit is insane, man. That's like probably one of the craziest.
Yeah,
50's been with like beefing with some actual goons that were like,
Actual like true actual killers.
not just rappers, like
I
people.
mean,
that
they
were,
Swiss cheese fucking Yayo Bentley. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, that's crazy
at
too.
that award show.
And Yayo talked about that. I think it was
Yeah.
like on the TOS album. Mentioned that, but damn, that's
Yeah.
crazy for Bump My Shit.
Yeah.
That's
So
insane.
so we had that shit. So again at that point I'm trying to get my shit going, and gain the confidence of the label again.
And that's where I'm like, they dropped the ball. Bump My Shit is that record. It's that record.
That's it.
And here's the beautiful part about that year with you as an artist. You gave them 2 lanes they could choose.
Yeah.
They could choose Bump My Shit. You want to go this more street, more, cool, swaggery, like that type of music. Or you can go this straight club, because you dropped I Like to Fuck, which is the next record that you dropped that actually went. And mind you, at this time, YouTube, because I've been on YouTube since 2007.
Yeah.
Probably late 2006 or 2007, whatever. Because YouTube started in 2005, April. So very new YouTube was at this time. This is a year and a half, 2 years old.
Yeah.
Google hadn't bought YouTube yet.
It's crazy.
Completely new.
Crazy.
You got 500,000 views on I Like to Fuck, like on every single video that was dropped.
Yeah.
So you got to think, at that time, 500,000 views on a video was like insane. Nobody was doing those type of numbers.
Yeah.
Like you were lucky if you did 10,000 on a video, to 20 to maybe 50.
Yeah.
So that record was actually blowing up, and you got the street side, whatever you want to do with the Bump My Shit, the more swaggery street, or you can do the clubby. Both records are doing well. Bump My Shit is doing great views too, because I saw this. I was seeing this live.
Yeah.
And they don't choose either lane. So what?
So, there's always a lot of shit going on behind the scenes, right? So we shot the Bump My Shit video. It gets done. I'm excited. Fuck. Hit 50. Yo, got a joint. You know what I'm saying? Let's set up a meeting. Got to play it for y'all. Right? Did it all on my own. Got this, boom, boom, boom. Now, mind you, we haven't paid for the beat or anything. It's a Polo beat. Polo was smoking hot, I believe, at this time. So I think that went into it. We go to the office, play the record, play the video. I'm like, yeah, I know this gonna go off. Nigga, like, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect song. I believe it's the perfect song.
Bro, that's
and I
better
don't
than
say
Chase
that.
the Cat, better than like
it was absolutely perfect. Yeah. The image was there, because again, and this was me on my own accord. Like, this is what I want to wear, this is what I want to do, this I want to, you know what I mean? Like, it was like without any outside influence.
What if you selected as you presenting yourself as an artist, how you want to present yourself? Yeah.
Bars, beat, style, boom, right? Worked out. It was great, right? Play it. Goes off. And like, no excitement. I'm like, and 50 was like, he was like, yeah, he was like, I think it's a little too slow for radio. I don't know. I'd be a little, who did the beat? Boom, boom. Okay. Well, now I don't know, man. I don't know about radio. I don't think it'll go there, and it's not, basically kind of like, and I'm like, what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real? What? And it just, and so it's not on YouTube at that point.
Oh, okay.
So this is me playing it for him. And then, so later when we knew it wasn't to come out, we just put it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Once it got to the point, because we tried to fight for it a little bit, once it got to the point where it was just like, we're not gonna drop it, like, fuck it, put on like a mixtape and put it on YouTube and whatever, they're gonna sue me, whatever. But this is too good of product to not put this shit out.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did that, because me as a fan, that's like the record. Yeah, that's the record right there. At least for that year, like, it was the best out of the G when that was coming out, like top 3 record that was coming out of the G right now. Because 50 dropped Curtis, Buck dropped Buck the World, and then like Get Buck was a crazy Buck record.
Yeah.
And then 50 I Get Money, which
those
are probably the Bump My Shit, Get Buck, and I Get Money were like the from each project or whatever, my favorites that were coming out at the time.
Yeah.
So I'm just surprised that like you dropped the video snippet, does well.
Yeah.
you drop the video, it does well, then you pivot to uh, more of like a whole different sound.
Yeah, let me tell you that happened. So bought my shit, gets whatever, gets pushed to the side, cool, whatever, put that out. So I'm working with Dre, the A&R Dre. Forget his last name. Fuck, Dre gonna kill me if he see this. What's up, Dre? Um, so he had this cat in LA. His name is Bo Dozier. Okay, so I don't know how close you followed or saw I Like to Fuck progression, but there's a couple of versions that were out there.
Yeah, that's what confused me too. Yeah, there's a few.
So there, there was like a one that said like I Like to Fuck featuring Dildo Cop. I don't know if you saw that. That's like the original version.
There are so many fucking versions. Yeah, that record. I was like, is Tila Tequila the remix? Is the original? Is this, And then you had some other guy on the record too, which I.
Yeah, so it's really confusing.
Yeah.
So it was Bo Dozier. So Bo Dozier is like this dope ass producer, songwriter, cool motherfucker out in LA, right? So he created the record, right? The concept, everything, right? And he put it on MySpace. So this is the story behind this record. He put it on MySpace. It starts taking off on MySpace. It got like 10,000 plays, like hella quick, right? On his little page or whatever. And it was just a joke. It was like a joke song that he did. It was like, he just got drunk and they had a good time, whatever. Dre hits me up like, yo, I think we need to make a move. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to make a move. This is dope record. Would you be down to try to do it? I'm like, yeah, I'll be down to try to do it. So sends me the record. I'm like, oh, this shit is crazy. Now, but I think this is G Unit. See, you know what I mean? This is like, because it was poppy, was like, but again, at this time, ain't nobody fucking with me like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, but if you get a record, it don't matter, because all they want to see is you got a record. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they can make some money, cool. So I get the record. I fly. I was flying somewhere. I wrote my shit on the plane. Recorded it. Played it for the label. Interscope's going crazy. So now everyone's back on my dick, because now we have this I Like to Fuck record, right? So it's not out, but so we didn't drop it. We were now going through negotiations for the record, because there's the singer, his name is Bruce Boniface, right? And then we had was there a third verse? Yeah, there was a random girl on the third verse at that time. We didn't have Tila. We figured, you know what, we need to put Tila on it, right? So Bo Dozier, the guy who came up with the concept, he knew Tila, so he had Tila come over, wrote the verse, had her do the third verse.
And that was a smart move, because I kept seeing it all over pop blogs.
Yeah, because she was popping. Like, she was super popping.
Yeah, and I actually looked at when I was doing research, I was looking at some of the forums, and they're like, this is the song of the summer. It's so, what was one of the comments? It's like, Tila's verse is like so slutty, but it's like such like empowering and cool. I'm like, yeah. I was like laughing my ass off reading some of these comments, but they're like, it's song of the summer. That's what it was.
So now, mind you, we're going through, so this song, so it was blown up on MySpace, so obviously took it down. I recorded my verse. We play at Interscope. Interscope sees the vision, right? They're like, fuck, all right, cool. Open the budget back up. This motherfucker's about to pop off. We're going to take the pop route. Cool.
Now, 50's aware of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're aware, like, all right, cool. Because now I'm going to like, Interscope's going, all right, you're like, now you have the next big fucking record that's going to take off, right? Me and Tita Tequila have the same lawyer, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. So we got a same lawyer. We can figure this shit out. Fucking lawyer, greedy ass nigga.
That was big ass.
What do we need to do? We need to this bitch. I mean, let me not disrespect her. This girl or the lawyer, whoever, they want 100,000
Damn.
to clear it, right? They want 100,000 to clear the verse and a video appearance, right? Because we did the clean version, they had it all ready to go, right? So we're now, this is getting in the way now, right? They're like, we don't want to pay her 100. Can we do this? Guys not budging, trying to get some publishing on this side, trying to work out the numbers, the whole industry thing, right? So I'm like, sitting here like, okay, I'm sitting on this $1 billion fucking record, like, and it's not gonna go through. It's the negotiations start like breaking, right? It start getting crumbling because one of the guys owns the singer's publishing. He didn't want to do a deal. It just started to get just politics shit. Like, can we just get this shit done? So in the middle of all this, right? Now, mind you, this is before streaming services and shit like that, right? So if a song leaked or something like that, like it was considered damaged goods because too many people have the record. Now they're not going to buy it or listen to it, right? But at this time, me and my new management were like, man, these dudes, they're dropping the ball. No, there was no more discussions. So it went from I was the talk in the building. Oh, we're about to get it done. We're about to open up a big ass budget, get this shit popping, all the way to like nothing. It's like, fuck it, we're gonna leak this shit. Leaked it on YouTube, right? And we started servicing it to like DJ and shit. That's when it started. That's when it got out. That's when it started going viral and bubbling and doing all that shit, right? So it starts bubbling up. So we're like, yo, look, you got people dancing to it, singing, doing their own
This is before
karaoke.
TikTok and all that, man.
It literally, yeah, exactly. It literally was like taking off, right? So I'm like, oh shit. So, it's a popping record. They looked at it as damaged goods. They're like, oh, now the record is it's losing its value. We're like, but this is the transitional period of the music industry. Like they didn't understand what was damaged good. Like they didn't know where music was going,
Yeah, they did a documentary on that on Netflix, and 50 was a part of it. Eminem, lots of people in the music industry, Jimmy Iovine. There was a lot of stuff like that going on where leaking was happening. They didn't know, should they sue the people leaking? Should they, not? Should they LimeWire, go after LimeWire or Napster? Or...
Remember they sued? Remember they were suing regular people?
Yeah, that's what the documentary is about. So those
Yeah.
regular people were getting interviewed, and they were like, all I did was download music. I didn't even do any of this stuff. I just
They like
download.
charged them like $100,000 or like some crazy
some
number.
crazy numbers. Yeah, so it was making the label look bad.
Yeah.
Because they were like, people were like, I'm not fucking buying your music. You're suing us regular people for just enjoying your music.
Right.
I mean, I get it. It's free, but at least they're listening to it. I mean, that could help in other places.
Shows.
Yeah, so it's not. They looked at it back then as, and same with YouTube too.
Yeah.
They would copyright strike and remove your channel, like completely for just posting anything music. And now at least they understand a little bit. Like you can use 10 seconds, 15 seconds, a little bit. Use it for a little TikTok and but nothing more than that because sue again. But that makes sense. That totally makes sense.
And that was the thing. Remember during that time they were like, is the music industry dead?
Yeah.
Because they're like, we can't control this because this is the new digital era. They're like, we can't control these MP3s and how do we make money off? Like none of this shit was ironed out back then. So like they were so scared. They were like, okay, this fucking song leaked. We're not gonna put money behind a leaked song. Like no one's gonna buy the single.
So you think the timing of your career was off a little bit?
100%.
Yeah, I think if you would have came out probably in like 2009, 2010 as like an intro, because that's when like David Guetta was doing his thing and Flo Rida and Akon was Sexy Bitch and all these records that were coming up. But that's what I'm saying. You pivoted and rebranded, but it's just the label wasn't like literally. I Like to Fuck is completely different from G Unit, from an artist from G Unit. When I was listening to it, I was like, this is nothing, not even remotely close to what G Unit was doing.
Yeah, it was completely left.
Yeah.
And so that was another letdown because it just all fizzled away. So through the fucked up negotiations with Tita Tequila and her wanting 100,000 and all that shit, and then our decision to leak it, And then they were like, all right, we're definitely not doing anything now. I was like, all right, cool, fuck it. We started servicing. So we serviced it to DJs to get it played. Now, as this is happening, I linked up in New York with my Greek boys, my boy Cal, Chris. They were called Shake 'Em Down, but they had like their studio out there. You know, Nice the Future.
Mm. Yeah.
So there, it was like his guys, and then I was connected with them, doing recording with them. So I'm like recording like mixtapes with Nice, and I'm recording my own shit. And Cal and all of them was like, they were like the guys there. It was just like kind of like my New York team. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cal, my nigga. So they're into like the European type scene and all that shit. Now here's the thing. During this time, Olivia, so I forget, I don't know what year this was. So Olivia, she had 7 shows in 5 days in Germany. Okay? And she wanted somebody to come with whatever. So the guy I was rocking with at the time, whatever, they were talking and they worked it out. They're like, yo, we'll fly you out here if you want to come overseas. We're not going to pay you, but you can kind of like open up, you know, be a little hype man here and there. Cause it was just Who Kid and Olivia. And so they wanted to just add somebody else to, you know, to the shows. I was like, cool. Cause I hadn't been, so at that point, God, cause this timeline is so fucking weird. So anyways, I go over there. We rock out. We do the 7 shows in 5 days. I'm networking at this point, right? So I'm networking. Now in the clubs, they're playing dance music, like
Or
house
techno,
music and shit.
like yeah, also.
Yeah, and it was weird, right? Because I never, so they're doing like, you know, like, you know, they're doing all this shit, right? And I'm like, okay. So there was a record they played, right? And the whole fucking crowd went crazy, right? It was like, what are we supposed to do after all that we've been through? Right is wrong. Now that the love is gone. The David Guetta record, right? And I remember asking, I'm like, yo, what? I'm like, yo, what record is this? It's like, oh, yeah, this is David Guetta, you know, this motherfucker, you know, boom. So I'm like, had this bright idea.
Yeah, because of light bulb.
Yeah, I was like, because I'd never seen, because the energy was good, like everyone's going crazy.
And that's exactly your lane of like what you wanted to do. So
100%.
So
And it was just like it was like surreal, like just being in that environment. That's my first time being in that environment. You know what I mean? So going to all the clubs, doing all that, I was like, you know what? When I get back, I'm gonna put a verse on this fucking song. So I put 8 bars on "Love Is Gone," David Guetta, right? We started servicing that remix to like the clubs out there and shit, because I connected with some promoters out there, right? My boy Toby, THI Promotions, Don Weezy from Turkey, whatever. I connected with them from that Olivia. From that 5 days, I networked with them. Boom. So that's how I started touring. Right? I was touring on my own back. Like this wasn't 50, this wasn't anybody. This was me going on that, linking up with them. And that's when I was like touring for like damn near almost like 8 years or some shit like that.
yeah, I was seeing some footage of like you in random ass locations
Hella random.
around the world. Yeah,
Super random.
yeah, but that's dope. You got to experience the world, man. That's like
Oh, yeah.
most people don't get
Yeah.
to experience that. So
It was dope. And again, because this is the whole shit like after like I like to fuck. But so we took the fucking lemons, you know what I'm saying, and made lemonade out of it. You know what I'm saying? So which was crazy because like I did that record because it kind of came full circle. So I Like to Fuck was popping overseas. The David Guetta record was popping overseas. We were trying to get it cleared from Guetta, but we could never get in touch with him, whatever. Because again, I didn't have the label backing. It was just me.
yeah, David Guetta was a ginormous. Like that guy was
Huge.
billions of views. Like it was nothing, bro. Like I was doing
Yeah, those
insane.
motherfuckers are like those like they are huge. Like those, they're fucking. They have jets and shit. Like
Yeah, no, they got bread, they got views, they got streams, they got money, they got everything.
crazy.
Like it's
So
yeah,
at
it's a
that
whole different
time,
world over there.
at that time, so and I didn't know this was going on behind the scenes, right? Because see, I might be going out of timeline again.
No, you're good.
So that happens. I'm touring. I don't even know David Guetta knows I exist. You know what I'm saying? Because I never talked to him or anything like that. I'm doing the touring thing, so I'm still making some music here and there, trying to figure out what I'm trying to do. Ended up linking up with some of these producers, and that's when I did like Dance With Me and shit like that.
And this is the My Life album. That's what's
And this is the My Life album. So did My Life, Dance With Me, so I went into that whole, so working with Cal, Chris and them, New York, the Greeks. I'm recording all this in their studio, right? And I was like, fuck it, I'm touring. So I'm touring overseas consistently. So I might as well, I can feed them. That was my mindset, right? I'm gonna take this whole lane and figure this shit out that way. So that's when I started making that whole album. And so
this
I put
is 2008,
together,
2009, 2010.
yeah, like, yeah.
Because I like to fuck with 2008, mid 2008.
So yeah, it was like 8, and then, but it wasn't till, because when was that tweet that I put? Do you remember what that tweet was?
That was,
What
I know,
date was
yeah,
that?
the tweet was you were saying, like, I'm not going to post anything on social media till my single comes out.
Yeah.
Dance With Me came out at the end of 2010, December 2010.
So that was the end of 10.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So,
You're great, man. It's amazing.
thank you.
So, because yeah, I remember I was tweeting, and that was another mind thing too. Because remember, at this point, I have no label support, nothing like that.
Yeah, I was checking. I was like, where's Hot Rod at? You know, like I was looking for all the artists. I was like, man, what's going on? And
Yeah.
Banks had just kind of, well, Banks actually was doing his run in 2010. He actually had Beamer, Benz, and Bentley. He was,
Oh,
so I was
yeah.
like checking. You know, I was like, hey, where's Hot Rod? What happened to Olivia? What, where's, Buck was going through his things with 50, and he ended up getting locked up. And I was like, what's going on with all these artists? You know, what happened? Because 50 had signed Mace, MOP.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mace didn't go through.
Officially, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, officially he didn't sign.
But yeah, MOP.
Yeah, like you had all these artists, and I'm
Yeah.
like, where's everybody at? So I seen you tweet that, and that was like the last tweet you ever posted. And I was like, okay, so I guess when he tweets is when we get the actual music. So
Yeah, and that was another like law of attraction type of thing, because I was tweeting and I'm doing all this shit. I'm like, man, I need to stop. I need to like stop tweeting and shit. So I did that, because at that time I'm tweeting, like I'm like on Twitter, like going in.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I need to like abstain from that, because I need to get my shit together. So I put that tweet to hold myself accountable.
That's dope.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'm not gonna tweet to my next single. When I did that, I didn't have shit going. Like I didn't know, and everything just kind of materialized to where I was like, oh, this kind of dope. I get to tweet the single. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So that was another little situation. So we made these records. That album was fucking crazy too.
so you're building the buzz up. You're doing a whole new sound.
Yeah.
Is 50 catching wind of this? Is he like, because 50 was even doing a type of EDM album called Black Magic at one point.
Yeah. So this is.
So
this
I'm
was
thinking, did you influence that?
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
because he was, by the way, no disrespect to 50, it was horrible. Like the singles that came out that leaked.
Yeah.
It was I'm On It was one of them. It just sounds so bad.
Sound
And then
forced.
The Enforcer was actually not bad. That was a pretty good like EDM techno type of. But I'm On It, the song that leaked, was horrible. I was like, thank God that album never came out. And 50 was right to hold on to it and not release it.
Yeah.
Because it's just not his style. It's not like something that he can, like if he gets in a pocket and does it with the Enforcer, which he did on the soundtrack for I think Southpaw. I think it was on the Southpaw soundtrack. Yeah, but that's so. Yeah, is 50 catching wind of this? What's going on?
This will happen. So, like, I created. I don't know how many records. Maybe like 5 or 6 records or something. I created a batch of records in that lane. Some produced by Cal, and we had this other producer named Magneto. He was dope on the keys. Chris. We were doing all this shit, and we just start doing this overseas European type of dance sound, whatever. And so we had it together, and I was like, yo, I was like, hey, I went to the office, like, hey, I got some new shit. Let's get this shit popping. So I played it for the office. So this wasn't for 50 yet, right? Played it for the office, and I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. Like, this is like some dance, European, or this can go crazy overseas or whatever, right?
And June is a big brand overseas.
Big
So
brand
it makes
overseas.
sense.
Because remember, I'm touring overseas just off of my little bit of buzz or whatever I had and G Unit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
It
they
makes
love
sense. It's a total perfect, yeah.
it. Perfect market. I just used it to my, to my advantage to get some bread. Got inspired. Started doing the whole, European thing. So played it for the office. They're going fucking crazy. Um, uh, Nelson and what's the fucking other dude's name? The other fuck man. These people are gonna hate me.
Tony?
Not Tony, but I was rocking with Tony though. Tony was a big part of it too. Forget his name, but the short, ball headed dude that's always standing behind 50.
I always forget, yeah, I forget his
Fuck
name.
is his name?
I'm bad with names sometimes.
Anyway, so played it for him. So I played them the records. So they're going crazy. They call 50 on the spot, like, yo, this fool Hot Rock got some shit. You need to hear this. This might be some blah blah. Like, these are like dope ass records. This in a whole nother lane. This could be a whole nother thing. Cool. Come in, play the shit for 50. He gets excited. He knows I'm touring. You know what I mean? So it was another. So this is like my third life
Yeah.
coming into this shit. So
Well, that shows you're talented and you're not like just sitting back and just waiting for something to happen. So
yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Like, it was just like, this is my job. I'm good at it. Let's figure it out. I have the unit name to use. You know what I mean? Like, I have an office. Like, it was just like,
Exactly.
figure this shit out.
Take advantage. Yeah.
So we had that shit ready to go. 50 green lighted. It was all right, cool. Let's do it. So that's when so I think he already had G Note Records there. And then that we just materialized it. And I was like, okay, cool. Cause he had like Governor, cause he had the mindset of R&B and whatever. So
I
it was like,
love Governor, by the way. I think he's underrated.
oh yeah.
He's dope ass.
I never got into him.
I think he's
I don't think
dope.
I really even
He's
gave
got
him
dope
I don't give him a
vocals.
shot.
Yeah, he had the record with Here We Go Again with 50. They were pushing him, but you were the flagship artist. I remember when they announced it.
Yeah.
High Rod, the flagship artist, and you got Leah from the Lil Flip.
Leah.
Sunshine. Yeah,
Yep.
she was talented too. Governor, DJ Paula D eventually later signed
Yep.
on, which was
Yep.
crazy at the time because Jersey Shore,
Yeah.
all that.
I think Tony was.
Yeah. So G Note, from a fan's perspective, I understood it because
Yeah.
it's a split. But it's hard to push something completely brand new in G when it's been around there.
100%.
So it's like, I get it,
Yeah.
but it's like it's gonna be really hard to be like G Note. And it's like,
Yeah.
it's hard. So I was like, I get it. I was like, look, I'm gonna check them all out, and I love the records that come out. Dance With Me is the first offering from there, which I loved. You did the Keenan video. You never shot a video for Dance With Me. I never seen nothing online. I don't know if you shot a video for it.
Yeah, we did.
It's nowhere online.
Is it not online anymore?
No, I don't see it.
I don't know. It might not be on.
Yeah, I don't
Might have
remember.
took it down.
I swear.
Did you never saw it?
I don't remember, man, because it was a while ago. I know the Hot Girl video was all over the place.
Oh. Did I shoot Dance With Me or Hot Girl? I shot Hot Girl.
You
for
shot
sure.
Hot Girl, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we shot Dance With Me.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Dance With Me.
Yeah,
I
you're
never
right.
saw.
You're right. I'm mixing them up.
Yeah, I never saw a video for Dance With Me, which I'm surprised.
That's right. It wasn't a video for Dance With Me. We did Hot Girl. And
So this is 2011 going into. You
Yeah.
announced My Life, the album.
My Life, yeah. 'Cause I had a record called My Life. We called that the album. So we were going completely in that direction, that new direction. So then we had the album. The album's done. And so we're gonna do a new deal, right? So we're gonna do the new G Note deal. So new money, new budget, whatever, right? It was gonna be smaller situation, but
And at that time, independent. because Gino wasn't like officially signed to a major label. Yeah, it was all independent.
It was independent. So as we're doing it, so I'm like, all right, we dropped. I think we did the Hot Girl. 50 was on the remix. Dance with Me, had the album ready to go. So I went. So I'm doing it. So then I'm having like I'm having doubts, right? Because I'm like, am I doing this because I'm trying to chase success, like chase a hit? Like, is this really the music I want to do? You know what I mean? Because like I'm a rapper, like I know how to rap like a motherfucker, and this was just like it was the dance shit, but it was like I didn't enjoy performing those records and shit like that. It was just kind of like felt transactional. Like
Really, that's surprising.
yeah, like I can make the records. It was dope. Like I can make anything. I could probably make a country record. You know what I'm saying? But like I had this like this thought. I'm like, because Nikki was like, all right, look, we're gonna do this contract. She was like, yo, if you do this contract, like this is your lane, and this is it. Like you can't go back to rapping and shit. Like this is like you can't. You know what I mean? Like you have to stay in this lane. Like this is what's gonna happen. And so I was like, so I never signed the contract.
Oh, damn.
That's what happened. So I could have signed it, got the money, dropped the album. Like we were gonna go along with it, but I was like, I said, nah, I'm not gonna do it.
So that's you sticking to your artistry and what you.
And that's when I was doing other tapes. That's when I was doing like little different remixes and shit like that.
Yeah, it feels. I think it just feels good, and then it still feels good. So you dropped
just feels good. Yeah.
And then later that in 2011 you dropped it still feels good, and
yeah,
that was a little bit different, but it was still kind of in that lane, but it wasn't like Dance With Me type of vibe. That type.
But it was rapping, and it was like
it was more of a honestly Drake type of style.
Very Drakey. It was very Drakey influenced.
Which that I can if you went that lane where
Yeah.
you were rapping but still had the melodic like Drake type of, that would have been a perfect balance, I think.
Yeah.
Because you could, like I said, I think 2008 was when you got it perfect. You got Bump My Shit and you got I Like to Fuck.
Yeah.
Like that's like there you go. You got both of the best of both worlds.
The platter.
Yeah.
I had 3 platters really. Chase the Cat, which 50 Cent provided though. You know what I mean? That was his whole hook. He wrote that hook and all that shit. But whatever, that happened. That then died down. Then we had Bump My Shit, platter, nothing. I Like to Fuck, platter. But that was also kind of given. And yeah, man, I had a bunch. I had like fucking 9 lives, man. I was a goddamn cat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it was just so much shit. Like it was just like, it seemed like it was like almost there, just never executed. You know what I'm saying? So
I think there's a few, like I said, a few factors. Timing.
100%.
Maybe how about this? If you let's just say, I wish you would take it because at the time anybody would have taken this. But did you ever think to your mind like, I'm not a G-Unit branded artist? Like if I'm signing to this, like do I got to do the gangsta music? Like that's not my lane. And were you ever like having second thoughts of signing to G-Unit at that time? Probably not, because
no,
you got this. Yeah, you got this insane. I would have signed it. I would have been like same just like how you did. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I just think obviously you're a different artist. It doesn't fit the G-Unit.
100%.
But that's what I'm saying. They failed at pushing that new sound, which was being that Kanye and that would have brought a whole new leg.
Right.
And Banks was doing that. Banks was the flag carrier in 2010 for G-Unit. He was building a whole Beamer, Benz, and Bentley was like crazy. It was different. Like we're getting something modern, like fresh.
Yes.
And
then like Kanye was like
started up. We get these records that and he's collaborating with other artists. It's like, it's something different and fresh. And
that shit was so fresh. Like it was like.
And here's how I knew it was cool and it was fresh. I was in high school. I would argue with everybody in high school. Man, G-Unit's the best. Like, y'all, nah, man, fuck G-Unit. They fell off. They're this and that. I'm like, nah, man. And then once Banks drops Beamer, Benz, and Bentley, everybody in my high school is going crazy. And I'm like, see, you guys just counted them out. And I was like, that's what I was hoping, that you would have been on that lane and 50 would have pushed that. Banks was more on the modern side of things. And that could have easily been a whole second leg. And 50 was getting OT Genesis, which was he was developing great records. Kid was doing his thing as well. He could have been more of the
Kid.
street style.
Shouts to Kid.
He even had YG at a certain point. He went to Tutor and Boot It record early. Like he could have got YG at a certain point. I don't know if he was officially signed, but
Let me tell you how that happened. So my boy Cal, right? The Greeks.
Yeah.
So when we were doing those records, right? The dance records, whatever. So 50. So Cal, cause I'm moving with Cal now. So Cal's coming to the office with me and all that. So 50 came to the studio. No, Cal was talking to 50 one day. He was like, "Yo," he's like, "Man, as a fan, like he's like Fifth, like what are you doing as a fan? Like you were hella dope on these remixes. Like we want that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like won't you do these fucking remixes and shit like that?" So my boy Cal was like, so 50 heard that. That's when he started doing. He did the Tootin'. Remember he went on that whole
yeah,
little
buzzing
run.
with Man. He jumped
Yeah,
on that
with
record.
Man,
Yeah,
he started jumping on records, right? And then my boy Cal actually recorded 50's verse on the Jeremiah song.
oh damn,
Yeah,
that was huge. That
huge record. So my boy Cal did the he did the vocal editing and all that shit. Yeah, fucking 50 came down to the little studio in the Bronx and shit. Like shit, yeah. And but I was dope, man. It was super dope. Yeah. So Cal definitely gets credit for that. He sparked that in 50's brain to like start hopping on those records.
and yeah, it helped him build some type of buzz because 50's run kind of was starting to die down too, and then he had issues with Interscope with SMS Audio and Beats
Oh
by
yeah.
Dre, and
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean with your journey, I was like, man, they just dropped the ball. And here's another thing: if J. Cole would have signed to G Unit because they had J. Cole was at 50's Connecticut mansion with Sha Money and Yayo, and he would have pushed you and J. Cole, like that's the fresh modern.
Oh yeah.
That's because J. Cole was doing that style, the new modern. You were doing more style, the modern. Like that would have been a perfect new G Unit 2.0. Like imagine Hot Rod and J. Cole, like that. To me, that would have been like, there you go, that's the next run, and it would have been skyrocketed.
By yeah. I think, but just the infrastructure wasn't there. There's like like you said, shot money, and
Yeah,
it just wasn't. So like I said, it plays back into what you were saying. Like they didn't have what it took to really execute these things. It was like, you know what I mean?
And that's what I'm saying. I take it back to Sha, where once he left, I feel like just kind of projects didn't get released. As a fan, that's how I was looking at it. And I'm not doing this to discredit 50. Like 50, like my favorite of all time. Yeah. I feel like almost every decision he's made musically for his career has been great. Besides that Black Magic album, that's the only one I'm like, okay. But everything else, I felt he did release great projects. I mean, every album he's released to me is good to great to classic.
Oh, 100%.
So it's like I don't want to keep be like, oh, it's 50's fault or anything. No, it's just I think timing. I think it's understanding, and I think 50's focus kind of after the Interscope issue just shifted to movies and documentaries, and just saw him before I saw The Struck. He was his own movie. He was in that album. So yeah, it's crazy, man. So 2012, My Life. You don't sign the contract.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Are you like, man, this is not my style of music. I'm just gonna stop doing music in general, or I'm gonna try to find completely something different.
Yeah, I just want to just get back just in the booth and just bars and shit. Like, so I was like dropping like just random like freestyles, like just on YouTube, and it was just fun, So I'm still touring, so I'm touring, making money, and then just dropping, little shit here on YouTube, doing shit over here, shooting videos, and it was it was just dying down really, but I was just really just being an artist, you know what I'm saying? And it was funny, like the fact I'm still like I popped up on like what was it? Where were we at? Were we in Turkey? I was in Turkey, I think at the same time as like 50. Like I like ran into their fucking dressing room and they're looking at me like, yo, like, cause this at this point we're not, you know what I mean? It was like me over here traveling the world on my own, and then they have their thing. They're still doing their shit, their shows, and like 50 really appreciated that. Like he was like, he's told me on a few occasions like, yeah, like I respect that you were doing your own thing, like, because he always put that entitlement, that badge, on that jacket on like Banks and them, because they did ride off of him. I mean, obviously they were a great team, but they were spoiled, because 50 was so big. So it's like they didn't really, their job was just a lot easier. You know what I'm saying? And they did their job, but they never had to really hustle for themselves. Not saying that they didn't want to, but they just had like a gold platter from 50. And so, that's when a lot of their like turmoil started happening with him and Banks, because Banks never wanted to do interviews and shit. I'm sure you heard like him talk about that.
I tried getting lots of times getting Banks.
Yeah.
He said he would do it, so hopefully I'm gonna hold on to it. But because he's been on my live streams on YouTube whenever his albums comes out, so
Oh
he'll
yeah.
join my live stream.
Okay.
That is dope. So I'll listen to his albums whenever they come out. Because I'm a huge Banks fan too. I think he's lyrically one of the best that I've ever heard. I'm not even saying that just as a G Unit fan. I've heard Black Thought, whoever you can think of that's like the most lyrical, and Banks can come up with some lines that just make you be like, what the fuck is this guy saying? Like, where
Yeah.
did he come up with this out of?
No, he's a pure writer, artist. Like, he just wants to make music and just, what I mean? Like, he didn't want to do. He's a super introvert. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, he doesn't want to do all that shit, and that's where they always bumped heads. It was like pulling teeth to get Banks to do those things.
Yeah, right now he's got discussions of album of the year with that A1 that he dropped.
Yeah.
They're mentioning it with the Clips album that's coming up. They're mentioning it with any project that's bubbling.
Yeah.
It's in the talks. And I'm like, dude, talk about this album more. Do some interviews because like that's how you get the discussions keep
Yeah.
going. But if you just drop music and then kind of just let it do its thing, it's like it can't survive in today's time like that.
Oh yeah,
It's impossible.
especially today with the
Yeah,
attention span. So short.
impossible. Not even Beyonce could just drop and never do anything, and it's like she would eventually the music would fizzle out quickly. Doesn't matter what artist it is. You got to do something, tour something, you know.
Yeah.
So
That's not his personality.
yeah,
Lazy Lloyd.
yeah, tatted on his arm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, that was their whole thing. But
so shout out, yeah, to you for doing your thing, touring, figuring out your sound, changing it, doing what you felt at the time you wanted to do, and artist integrity too, man. Like, hey, you're like, I made this album, I could have signed this contract, got this money, dropped it, and who knows what would have came out of that, but it's not what you wanted to do.
yeah,
It was something that you were, like you said, chasing a sound that you felt like, hey, this is what's popping right now. Let me get into this lane. So shout out to you for acknowledging that and actually knowing, like, noticing that.
yeah, which was crazy real quick too, because I want to bring that full circle. So while we were doing all that shit, since we were meeting with a bunch of the house artists, our house DJs and shit, like DJ Chucky and Armand, what's his name? Armand Van something. We're just meeting with all these cats, right? And Guetta ended up getting a studio with David Guetta. So I did a couple records with Guetta, right?
Yeah, you mentioned it's on the My Life album at the time.
Yeah.
You said, yeah, you were working with.
So we fly out to LA, and so it's me and 50. So this is when we're gonna push the single and shit like that. So we had already decided on because I think we dropped Dance With Me first.
That was the first song, yep.
Yeah. So we're doing a rollout talking about the rollout with Dance With Me, right? So we already had everything set up. I went to the studio with Guetta, so we want to get some Guetta records, right? So we do some Guetta records. Guetta brings up how he heard the record from '08 or whatever fucking year that was. And he was like, yo, he's like, he heard that record and that record and really inspired him with his shit too, like with I don't know if it was with, because again these years are all fucking blurred together, but like, remember he did Sexy Bitch. Remember he went on that whole run, and like, so again I don't know what the timing is, if it was before or after, whatever it was, but he definitely said he heard that shit and that fucked with him. He's like, oh shit, and that's when he started wanting to chase the U.S. charts. And I did joints with Bob Sinclair out there in Paris, like this, like I was doing like a lot of shit in that space. But yeah, I did like maybe like 4 or 5 records with Guetta didn't come out. But here's the thing. So we already had the Dance With Me song, the rollout already ready. He was already done. Guetta heard Dance With Me. Guetta said, yo, I want those vocals. I want to let me produce. I'll produce it.
Okay.
So we're probably like a week or 2 out from like pushing the button to drop it. Like we did photo shoots, we did all this shit, right? I'm like, yo, Guetta wants the fucking vocals. Like Guetta's fucking David Guetta. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? And he's requesting the vocals to produce the record because he loved the vocals, right? He was like, yo, I want. Nah, we ain't gonna do that, man. We're already going in this direction. Nah, we're just no. That was another platter.
That's crazy.
That was another fucking
Damn,
platter.
bro.
Guetta wanted the fucking Dance With Me vocals to
Yeah, I would
produce
have
it.
definitely pushed the whole.
You were supposed to pause that and then just go with that.
100%.
Because just him dropping it on his own was just.
Yeah, that's like an easy. That's an alley oop.
Alley-oop.
That's an easy alley oop. Yeah, that's not.
I mean, you can give him most of the publishing or whatever, but still, that's.
No, I would have set you up for the next single that you could have done something crazy with too.
100%.
Yeah, like easily, because that audience is, you can't. 50 doesn't have the, like, he hasn't captured that audience of like that really like European, like, yeah, he's big globally, the biggest. I think 50's, it goes Beyonce, Eminem if he was actually touring, and then like 50. I think those are like the three that are like globally around the world can tour and just do insane shows. So he has the audience, but that would have been a whole new lane of like, but he didn't have that. You could have gotten that.
In that sound, in that
Yeah.
in that dance sound. He didn't, because it's just a different, whole different
So
world.
you would have got that, like brought that
Yeah.
to G-Unit as like a late, like that would have been a whole new lane of revenue and
Yeah.
everything. Like,
Because they loved that shit out there.
Yeah.
They loved it. Like, they loved the fact that it was the G-Unit brand and this new guy or this other guy, and he was doing that type of music. Because it was like, oh my God, I'm in fucking heaven. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? This cool motherfucker comes through with tattoos and probably has some gangster in him, but he's also doing the music that we fuck with. Like, it was really, and that's why I was able to tour for so long.
Yeah.
Because I had all the,
even being Albanian, they were insane with that music, man.
Yeah.
And having the G-Unit brand to that was like,
was
like yeah. So that's the way to do it, man.
so that was another platter with David
Yeah.
Guetta.
Yeah, like 4 or 5.
It was cool, but yeah, I'm telling you, yeah, it was crazy. But it was crazy to hear him talk about that though. And they all cool, man. Like Guetta, Sinclair, all those DJs and shit. It's a dope world to really be in.
Yeah, no, my friend, my camera guy was actually supposed to be here. He went to that world for quite a bit and just got lost in it. And I was like,
yeah?
I can see how you can get lost in it because it's crazy, man. Like the concerts are something else. Like
Yeah, it's crazy.
it's something totally different world.
The energy is great. It's just all like love, happiness. Like it's just it's a high frequency. You know, it's different than like a, you know, probably like a fucking Chief Keef or a King Von show. You
Yeah,
know, where
nah,
if
different.
you step on somebody's Jordans, you might get shot.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
way
saying? Like-
different energy. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
Like you can lose your fucking phone and the phone's gonna be in lost and found afterwards.
Yeah,
Like, it's not
exactly.
gonna
Yeah,
be-
exactly.
Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just a different. Everyone's happy and, you know,
Yeah,
the happy drugs and shit, the Molly
Exactly,
and
yeah.
all that.
that's a funny ass lane too.
Oh, it was a great experience, man.
Yeah.
Definitely a great experience.
So how do you end up parting ways after, you're like, okay, I don't want to do the sound, you're doing a couple, dropping a couple freestyles, rapping here and there. What point you're like, you know what, this is not working. Let me at least be a free artist.
It just came to the point where, yeah, I was like, man, this is obviously pointless. Like no one, there's no more communication. Basically, it's just like, it's kind of fizzled away. And I reached out to Nikki Martin and shout out to Nikki. And I asked, was like, hey, like nothing's happening. Like, could you ask 50, is it cool if I get a release? Like, you know what I'm saying? Just in case something happens, whatever. And she was like, yeah, cool. I'll see what's up. And yeah, they just came back. They was like, yeah, it's cool. you know, we'll give you the release.
That's dope.
Now I forget what year it was, but it was yeah. So I was free and clear, whatever. Just didn't want to be tied down. So that was dope that they allowed me to do that.
Yeah, most artists don't get.
Most people
Yeah,
won't do it.
nah.
I think it was just out of respect. It was nothing but respect, on both ends. Like I never did no shady shit or you know what I mean. Like it was just like we ran through some hoops. He saw I was talented. I made moves, toured, da da. Just nothing really panned out. So just kind of like, and again, he's not like a bad person. You know what I mean? Like he's not like like a Diddy, you know what I'm saying? Like who's gonna like do you like I'm gonna keep your publishing and I'm gonna fuck you and you know what I mean? Like
Have your girl, do this and that and watch. Like,
exactly. I'm gonna fucking have a freak off on top of your contract.
Exactly.
Like, so
On top of the contract. That is some real crazy shit. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, cause Diddy has that reputation.
Yeah.
But like, you never heard shit like that through 50. I mean, you kind of heard some shit from Buck, but Buck, his credibility was kind of shot after a lot of, when they was going with their back and forth.
Yeah, only Buck was the only person that you ever heard. And he actually said that royalty thing on the Hater Love remix. He actually mentioned that royalty thing on that remix. His
What, Buck
verse.
did?
Yeah, this
What'd
is
he
before.
say?
He said, I'm a seven figure. Yeah, I'm a seven figure N-word. I ain't see a royalty check. That's how I ended
Oh,
up.
he did say that.
Yeah. That was in 2005 on Hater Love remix. So I'm like, if he said that back then and 50 didn't give a fuck, it's like, what? How did that end up sparking?
Oh shit, that's
That's what I'm
crazy.
saying. I want to talk to Buck, and this is exactly why I want to interview Buck.
Have you been reaching out to him?
Yeah, his manager Charlie has always been like, we've been rescheduling a lot. Like it's always been reschedule, which is fine. I mean, I'll eventually. I think.
Because I mean, you're on that side.
Yeah, I can drive to Nashville in 4
Yeah,
hours.
that's what I'm thinking, like-
that's what I'm saying. But Charlie's always, and Buck's had a lot of like legal issues, so like he's been, he just got released like in May, so he's been going through some stuff.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah,
He's got a trial set for July like 24th or something like that. So he's
yeah,
probably,
that buck, he's been through some shit.
yeah,
Fuck,
yeah,
man.
and that's why I want to kind of interview him because there's a lot of stuff that I would, like to ask him, a lot of dope questions. That's
That's gonna be a great interview, man.
Yeah,
Get that locked in.
Yeah, I definitely want to. Yeah, man. What's the Diddy story? You're talking about a Diddy story that you mentioned?
Oh man.
Because you said
But
you knew somebody.
well, it's not. Yeah. So no, it's oh man. It's not super crazy, but it's just just with the whole climate, the whole thing, it's like I know a couple mutual, like some girls that I mess with, whatever, that had, run-ins with him, like it just kind of confirms the fuckery, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
That they like, and they didn't necessarily say they was in any freak offs, but they basically was like fuck with him and like, seen the crazy shit, and so this one chick, she went to a New Year's party at Diddy's mansion, right? And she goes there with like one of her friends, whatever. It was just funny because she told me this story back in the day. This was so this isn't she's not telling me it today. This is shit that they're telling me.
Oh shit! Okay.
That's what made it interesting. It was like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Damn.
So like, oh yeah, I went to this Diddy, I went to Diddy's party and blah blah blah. And so party's cracking, whatever, it's late night. And so they said, so he was like walking around the party, right? He has this big ass fucking ring, like a big stupid diamond ring on his fucking finger, right? And he's walking around the party, so the diamond in the ring opens up. And in the ring is, you heard of sassafras? So I guess sassafras is like some of the purest form of MDMA,
Oh, okay.
right? I had never heard of it. She was telling me about this shit. So he's walking around the party, doing the whole Diddy dance, you know what I'm saying? Doing the damn freak off shuffle, and with this ring, and he's like going. So he was like, yeah, and he walked around, and he would dip his finger in the joint, and he was just putting it in everyone's mouth.
What the
Right?
fuck?
I went up to her and her friend, put in there and on their tongue.
That's crazy.
And a little bit after that, you know, however long, whatever the fucking little delay period is, said it was like the craziest fucking high, like ever in life. Like there was the like, it has to be like the most top tier deluxe, you know, platinum Molly, you know, premium, you know what I'm saying, MDMA ever that she said she ever had in life. And I guess they fucking had a crazy. They might have had a freak off. I don't know, but I remember she was telling me that shit. Like that's what the parties was, is him walking around giving them drugs, kicking
There's
it.
so many stories like that.
And
now,
you know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like now, and you know, I don't know what the extent was. You know, I mean, there were stories about him and like him and Kanye. Cause I don't know if you heard about in the trial, like they were saying like there was another rapper that was it was Kanye West.
really,
It had to be Kanye West.
I was, because the timeline, some of it links to Kanye, but some of it links to Rick Ross. And there was that guy that got arrested.
Jonathan Adi.
Yeah, I think the male escort or stripper he was, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, and
Yeah.
Diddy.
That was so. That
So
was
it
crazy.
could be Rick Ross, because the timeline, people were actually like Googling this shit. Like when in the trial they said the date was, and when they were in Las Vegas, like
Yeah.
they were Googling shit, and Ross was in that location as well as Kanye.
Yeah.
So
I'm a think it's. I guess yeah, it could be.
it could be
either
Kanye. Though.
one.
Kanye's a freak.
Because I think they described him as like a mega star or some shit. They said he was a mega artist. So Ross is big, but Kanye's bigger. So I think it'd be more Kanye.
That's fair. Yeah, that's
And so one of the girls, this one chick, so she was messing with Diddy, and I think she met Kanye at Diddy's studio. So she was like, fuck with both of them, whatever like that. So she calls me, she hits me one day. This is like, and this also, I believe it was Kanye too, because, so she hits me like 2000, I don't know, it was like 2000, maybe 14, maybe something like that, around that time. And he's still with Kim at this point. So she hits me, she's like, yo, I got a question for you. I'm like, what's up? She was like, I was talking to Kanye and he asked me, do I know a guy that would fuck Kim Kardashian in front of him? And I'm like, shut the fuck up. He didn't say that. She was like, yeah. Like he asked me if I knew a guy. She was like, would you do that? Would you be down? Oh, and sign an NDA. I'm like, are you serious? She's like, yeah. I was like, hell yeah, I do that shit. I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
I will blow her fucking butt off.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
but you got Kanye in the corner, like, why is it
Looking crazy. I mean,
yeah.
you know, I'm like, you know, I don't know, but hey, we'll see what happens. I mean, you know, as long as you don't try to grab my fucking ass.
Yeah, Kanye's
But
all over the place.
because there were stories like he would be like making her suck him off in the studio. Like he was into some shit. You know, he's into wild
look at
shit.
what's going on right now. Like,
Yeah.
you just randomly walk around with his wife naked, like butt naked. Like it's like, what
crazy.
Yeah, it's like, what is going on? Like,
I mean, you know, and then he came out and said he was sucking his cousin
yeah,
off.
that song is.
No, this
Bruh.
motherfucker is like off the rails. Like,
Yeah,
he lost me.
no. He said he has a porn addiction. He admitted that a few times.
He
I'm
said
sure,
that for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's probably played a role in all this fantasy stuff that he's been doing, and that song is just like, and you're kind of ruining your legacy, man. Like, what are you doing? Like, this ain't the Kanye with the graduation and all this crazy. Like, now we look at him totally different, and that's the thing. Like, as the years went on, there's some artists that have aged like gracefully, and they've done it well. They've marketed themselves well, and you know, some have just like, they have this huge legacy run and just destroyed it like in a span of like
Dead.
Yeah, it's like, why do that, man?
I think Kanye has a like, I think he's even said it. Like, we tell him he can't do something, like he has to prove that he can do it. Like, and he's just taking it so far. Like, you know, with the MAGA hat, with the clans out. Like, I think he's just
Bro, I can't even keep up at this point, bro. I'm like, what is he doing this week, man? What are you talking about now?
I'm like, and it got to the point where I used to watch like all like Kanye's interviews and shit, like back in the day, because I was like intrigued, like I fuck with him, like to where when I thought he still had good intentions, but now I think it's just like a circus, you know. So
I think too, and and this, I can't put the full blame on this, but when his mom died, it definitely changed him.
Oh,
Yeah,
100%.
and that's a tough thing to go through regardless. But like, having that kind of definitely put something. Because mom died in October 2007, you got 808s coming out, which changed the sound of music
Oh
forever. So
yeah.
that like pain from that album, like you can hear it in there that he was really going through it, and he was like going on promo runs, like after this just happened.
Yeah.
He wasn't even able to heal from the situation. He just
Oh
went
yeah.
straight to work, and I think that's what kind of he just wanted to get away from it and just like spiraled into. Because if his mom was alive, this would never be flying.
100%.
This would be a whole different Kanye. It would be more chilled, more like his mom was probably the one that was like,
She was a good foundation for him.
yeah,
You know, basically, seeing that documentary was great. Was it
yeah,
genius?
amazing documentary.
And
So
you saw that connection, and how she died was the fucking worst thing ever.
yeah, man,
'Cause
random surgery.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
you don't expect it. When it's unexpected, it's even worse. So
Yeah, that definitely solidified that trauma in his
yeah,
life.
so I don't put the full blame on that, but it played a role into it for sure.
I'm gonna say about 83%.
That's fair. Yeah,
I'm gonna say 83.
yeah, because I mean, Kim Kardashian with the kids, that also kind of like he can't see his kids. He's complaining about that too. But like as a father, that should actually motivate you to not do anything. That's like crazy because it's like your kids are looking at you. Like
Yeah,
be a
but
little bit more.
there's so much underlying shit that's still just been there. Like all this is just bringing it up. You know what I mean?
And that's why with the Banks and 50 situation, when Banks' dad died, like he wanted to take a hiatus, chill. But 50 didn't really understand that. He was like, come back to work. Just look what Kanye did. He immediately started working again. And 50's always used that example. So I was like, no, man, some people grieve differently, man. It takes a little bit longer, and that's fine, I think. But, 50, he's kind of never had a
He's a
parent.
machine.
Yeah, and
Yep.
like, so it's like he doesn't. Yeah, his mom died at 8, which is tragic.
Yeah.
So that's already some trauma there. But it's like never met his father, has no idea who he is. So it's that family thing isn't there. Like Banks with his father.
Then getting shot 9 times, and then all this shit. It's like he just created a callous mind, like to where.
And that's what I'm saying. If I ever interviewed 50, it would be a totally, because I know 50's story top to bottom, but like it would be a very like something way different that nobody else would have even thought of. But it's also like I know Amanda's PR would never. They would be like, nah, like you gotta ask the
Nah,
regular,
nah,
you
we're
know.
not gonna. Nope, we're not gonna put that in the universe. No, it's gonna happen. We gonna we don't speak like that. It's gonna happen. She's going to allow it. Whatever's it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So don't ever say that again. Don't say it's not gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
We'll make it happen
It's
for
gonna be
sure.
dope. Yeah.
So you leave G-Note done. Um, what do you from there? Because I don't know if you want to talk about it. It's up to you. But you're doing your thing, social media wise,
Yeah, man. Like,
which is a great pivot, by the way. I want everybody listening to this to know that if something, you know, uh, you kind of finish a part of your career, and just like a NBA player, right? They're done with their career. That portion they pivot to sports analyst or business investor or whatever. And that's the same thing sometimes with artists. It's like they have their run, and then Chameleonaire pivoted it perfectly.
yeah, yeah.
$400 million app sold, got into
Crazy.
tech early.
Yeah.
Like pivoting is important in everybody's career because there is a point where that just isn't working. It's done. It's had its run,
Yeah.
and not everybody can be Drake, M, or Jay Z. So, at what point did you decide, hey, this is the pivot? And you're still working on music, so I'm
Yeah.
not completely away from it. But
It was I mean it was organic, you know what I'm saying? Like um it just kind of just happened 'cause, like I was always like sharing memes and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like that's just everybody, you know what I mean? But like I'm like I'm like naturally funny and like obviously not an artist or very creative. Like I'm a writer, like captions, like just all that type of shit. I'm a good curator too. Like I can pull things and it's just always natural. You know what I'm saying?
and that's perfect for social media too.
It was fucking perfect, right? So I really I didn't get into it like I didn't think about it like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. It just kind of happened. You know what I'm saying? And so like on my page, I would just like kind of repost shit and whatever. I never knew that that was an actual business. You know what I'm saying? And I because I don't know how much I can say because I like I'm signing a lot of NDAs because
Yeah,
I
don't
run.
yeah.
So I like run. Like I have my own meme, business. You know what I'm saying? And it's under Good Times Jackson LLC. And so I get contracted to provide memes for a lot of these big pages that you see. You know what I'm saying? Like out there, I won't say the names, but they're like the funny big pages. Pages kind of like a Daquan. Remember, like I don't know if
Yeah.
you saw that deal they did, like 80
Yeah,
million.
label bought him.
Yeah, Empire.
Yeah.
No, not Empire.
I think it was Warner.
Empire bought a different one. Warner.
Warner,
Yeah,
yeah, Warner.
Warner did that deal. I think for like 3 pages.
And crazy enough, like I got an offer from my channel.
For the YouTube.
Yeah, it was in I think 2021.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but they were like, we buy you out, we give you same amount of money, which I've never seen in my life, right?
What?
But they were like, we're gonna hire you and pay you a salary. You got to do what we want content wise. I was like, nah.
Wait, so they were going to give you a lump sum and then put you on a salary to continue running the page?
Yeah, but they were gonna decide what content comes, and I like my creative freedom. I don't compromise. I don't care what money's coming.
Yeah.
It's priceless for me to do what I want to do at any point. Nobody can like even at 50 right now is like G-Unit Films and Television, but I get to control what you release. That's my
Yeah.
dream deal. But if I can't do what I want to do creatively,
Right.
it's not gonna work. So
Yeah, because you just feel like the freedom that you have is just like it's like priceless.
yeah, so I hear these horror stories of artists that can't drop. Like, yeah, you're having those issues with your singles and stuff. Like, that's a horror story for me. If I
Horror
can't do
story.
that, yeah, creatively, I'll just lose my mind. I'll be like, I don't want to do this. And I was stuck in a contract where they were taking a percentage, but they weren't dictating what I was creating. But that percentage that was being taken was screwing me. I was like, damn, like, you guys aren't doing anything. You guys are just taking money, and I'm doing all these videos. You guys are just banking off me. It was a horrible multi-channel.
With your page?
Yeah, I did a MCN. It's a multi-channel network deal on YouTube.
Okay.
All they do is take money from them. They don't help you with shit. They got Logan Paul as the front, and this is me being new to YouTube with this side of things, you know. So it was 2017. They're like, man, we got Logan Paul, we got all these big creators. Like, join us. I was like, all right, man, this is big. They're gonna give me sponsorship deals. I'm gonna start getting branding. Like, I'm going this. I'm have a Wendy's burger, smiling, all this shit, right? Nothing. 3 years went by. They took 20% of my money.
And didn't do anything?
Nothing.
So was it a scam?
I had a meeting with them. I was like, listen, I'm trying to start a podcast. Can you guys fund, the cameras or whatever? At least that, because you guys aren't doing shit else. Oh no, we'll give you like a little bit of this and a little bit. I cursed all them. I was like, listen, the second I'm done with this, I'm telling them. Everybody never signed this shit again. I don't give a fuck what NDA. You guys can sue the fuck out of me. So every YouTuber that's ever come up to me, like, stay the fuck away from these places. Don't even do no. Because I lost my mind, man. I was like, you're taking food out of my mouth.
That's fucking crazy.
So yeah, you have a lot of these scam deals. Like it runs rampant.
It's rampant. Yeah.
So when they offered me, Warner offered me.
So it was Warner.
Whoa. Yeah, they were running it under Hip Hop DX because Warner has Hip Hop DX.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, Hip Hop DX wants to expand. They want to start doing documentaries. They saw me doing documentaries, so they're like, we'll buy, and it'll be like a branch of Hip Hop DX. So we'll buy your whole thing. Yeah. People won't really know, but the content will be what we choose. That's where I was like, nah. And even if they let me, it's something about owning your thing. At a certain point, I would end up selling it if it was like a good amount where I realized, okay, I can do something else. Yeah. Like the money was great, but after taxes, I was factoring a bunch of different things. I was like, it's not gonna be what I. Yeah. So years down the line, you can end up selling and do way crazier if you wanted to. But that's not my goal. I actually love what I do. So to me, it's like, point of selling it just doesn't make sense.
That's cheat code to life right there, man. Love what you do.
Exactly. It doesn't feel like a job, man.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's great.
It.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, man. You killing it too. So thank you, man. Yeah. Thank you for sitting down with me, man.
Yes, sir.
This is a legendary interview, man. Crazy stories. And we're definitely gonna have another sit down again, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit we ain't even get to.
Yeah.
We got me running into Benzino in the elevator.
Oh shit! Yeah, I talked to Benzino.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We got a Benzino story. I got fucking Don King story. I got I'm telling you, again, it's hard to do interviews, man, because like there's just so many. It can go in so many directions.
Yeah, next time we'll have like notes of what we're so that way we're like we know what's because we're not gonna cover the same thing we covered in this interview and yeah. So yeah. All right, man.
It was dope,
Appreciate it,
man.
man.
Yeah, I
Thank you
appreciate
so
you.
much. Yep.
Hell yeah.
All right, take care.
Yep.